Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories. And tonight's story, the old well behind our house started calling my brother's name, is told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away, and don't leave early. The first time I heard the well say my brother's name, I was standing barefoot in the kitchen with a bag of frozen peas pressed to my wrist, watching the microwave count down from 12 seconds. It wasn't a voice exactly. Not at first. It was more like the house had shifted its weight and pushed air through a crack somewhere. A long, damp breath from outside. Then came the scrape of the screen door in the mudroom, though nobody was near it. And under that scrape was a sound that lined itself up into two soft syllables. Eli. The microwave beeped. The dog started barking at the back wall. I'm Mara Whitcomb, 26, female, and at that point, I had been back in western Pennsylvania for 11 days, sleeping in my old room under a slanted ceiling that still had glow in the dark stars stuck above the bed. I'd come home from Pittsburgh after losing my job at a dental billing office, which sounds minor until you are the sort of person who uses work to avoid thinking about everything else. My plan was to stay with Mom for 3 weeks, help get the property ready for sale, and pretend I wasn't quietly terrified that I had nothing to go back to. The house sat outside Somerset, Pennsylvania, not far from where the hills start looking folded and bruised under low clouds. It had belonged to my grandparents before it belonged to Mom, and everything about it seemed designed to hold moisture. The stone foundation, the low cellar, the moss-black retaining wall, the back field that sloped toward a line of maples, and an old capped well nobody used anymore. In July, the place smelled like cut grass, iron water, wet leaves, and the faint mousy odor that came from the barn, no matter how much bleach Mom poured around. My brother, Eli Whitcomb, 21, male, was at the kitchen table when it happened, using a butter knife to scrape old paint off a hinge because he had taken the cabinet doors off, and then lost interest in replacing them properly. He was lean and restless in the way people get when they've spent a few years pretending they are fine. He had a ball cap pulled low over hair he'd buzzed himself badly, leaving one patch near his left ear longer than the rest. "What?" he said, not looking up. I lowered the bag of peas. "Did you say something?" "No, you sure?" That made him glance at me. Pretty sure I'd remember. Our mother, Helen Whitcomb, 54, female, came in from the pantry carrying a box of canning jars against her hip. Mom had been a nurse at UPMC Somerset for almost 30 years, and she carried exhaustion the way other people carried a purse. Always with her, always organized. She had dish soap on the front of her t-shirt and a pencil tucked behind one ear. Her gray blonde hair had slipped loose from its clip, and she was moving too fast, as usual, because the realtor was coming the next morning to take fresh photos. And Mom believed a woman could defeat grief if she stacked enough boxes neatly enough. "What's the dog doing?" she asked. Pepper, our old black lab mix, was planted in front of the mudroom door, barking in sharp, hoarse bursts. not frantic, more offended. Her claws ticked against the linoleum as she shifted her weight. "She heard something," I said. "Probably a deer," Eli muttered. Mom set the jars down too hard. Glass clinked like teeth. "Not again. If they got into my tomatoes, I swear." She went to the back door and flipped on the outside light. It buzzed, flickered twice, then steadied over the porch and yard. Beyond the window, the grass was silvered by dusk. The garden sat in its crooked rows, tomatoes tied to stakes, squash leaves big and dark, and spread open like hands. Past that was the barn, leaning just enough to make every visitor say, "Is that safe?" Past the barn, half hidden by weeds, stood the old well. It was stone, waist high, capped with a warped plywood lid that my grandfather had nailed down after a neighbor's kid dropped a baseball into it in 1998. The lid had been painted red once. Now it looked like dried blood if you were feeling dramatic, or old primer if you weren't. A rusted crank still hung over it, useless, with a loop of chain that knocked gently against the frame when the wind came down off the ridge. That evening, there wasn't much wind. Pepper stopped barking. Then from outside came the sound again. Not loud, not clear, more like a person calling through a pipe from very far away. "Eli." This time my brother heard it. He froze with the butter knife in his hand, head cocked a little, his face empty in a way I had not seen since we were kids and Dad was still around. And doors in the house could mean different things depending on how hard they closed. Mom said, "Eli, don't." He hadn't moved yet. He looked at her. "Don't what? Don't start." I didn't do anything. She turned the deadbolt with one sharp twist and pulled the back door open. Damp evening air slid into the kitchen, carrying the smell of mud and cut stems and something mineral, like a handful of pennies rubbed between wet palms. "Mara," Mom said, "grab Pepper's leash. For a deer, for my peace of mind." That was Mom's way. If something worried her, she gave it a task, a leash, a flashlight, a towel folded into thirds. I got the leash from the hook by the freezer, but Pepper backed away when I reached for her collar. That made all three of us stop. Pepper was 13 and arthritic, and had once slept through a branch falling through the porch roof during a storm. She did not back away from walks. She lived for them, even if she got tired at the mailbox and had to be coaxed home like an old drunk. "Come on, girl," I said softly. Her ears were pinned, her nose pointed toward the yard. Eli pushed back from the table. The chair legs scraped the floor. Mom said his name again, quieter this time. He held up both hands. "I'm just looking." He walked past her onto the porch before she could block him. The screen door clapped behind him, loud enough to make me flinch. I hated that about myself. Small, sudden noises got into me before I could stop them. I told people I was jumpy because I drank too much coffee, but the truth was uglier and older. I didn't like not knowing where people were in a house. I didn't like basements. I didn't like men shouting from another room, even if the man was my brother, and he hadn't shouted at anyone in years. Outside, the porch boards were damp under my feet. I had forgotten I wasn't wearing shoes until my soles met the cold grit tracked in from the yard. The light over the door threw our shadows long across the grass. Crickets were starting up in the ditch by the road, that steady electric rasp that makes summer nights feel bigger than they are. Somewhere beyond the barn, a cow lowed from the Peterson place, and the sound moved through the trees like someone dragging a chair. Eli stood at the edge of the porch, staring toward the well. "Probably Mason," he said. Mason Dyer, 22 male, appeared in our lives mostly through bad ideas and engine noise. He lived 2 houses down, if you counted by rural standards, which meant half a mile and 1 blind curve. He and Eli had been friends since middle school, and whenever Eli got restless, Mason seemed to materialize with beer, fireworks, or some plan involving trespassing. I didn't dislike him exactly. I disliked how easy Eli became around him, how his shoulders loosened and his judgment went liquid. Mom folded her arms. "Mason better not be on my property." "He wouldn't hide in the well," I said. Eli gave me a look. "No, but he'd put a speaker out there." That was explainable. Stupid, but explainable. A Bluetooth speaker in the weeds. Some video Mason wanted to make. Eli had been talking all week about starting a channel where he restored old tools or fixed cheap dirt bikes, because he didn't want to go back to the warehouse in Johnstown and didn't want anyone to call that quitting. "Call him," Mom said. Eli already had his phone out. The screen lit his face blue. He tapped, waited, then frowned. "No service," he said. "That's normal," I told him. "It's not normal. I had 2 bars earlier." "You had 2 bars standing on the upstairs toilet," I said. He almost smiled. Almost. Mom took her own phone from her back pocket, raised it like she could catch service from the porch light, and muttered something about switching carriers. We all stood there in our small pool of yellow light, ridiculous and tense, looking into a yard we knew as well as our own hands. The well did nothing. It just sat there. The plywood cap was darker than the stones beneath it. The crank leaned slightly to the left. Weeds grew up around the base: burdock, Queen Anne's lace, stinging nettle. Behind it, the maples made a black, uneven wall. I could see the white tag on the property stake the surveyor had left 2 days before, fluttering a little though the air felt still against my skin. "See," Eli said. "Nothing." Then a faint metallic knock came from the well frame. Once, twice, 3 times. The chain. Mom's mouth tightened. "Wind." "There's no wind," Eli said. "There's always wind out there." He stepped off the porch. "Eli," I snapped, sharper than I meant to. He turned, annoyed now. "What?" "Put shoes on." He looked down at his socks, then at the yard. Wet grass would soak them in 5 steps. For 1 ordinary second, we were just siblings again, and the scariest thing in the world was Mom finding muddy footprints in her kitchen. "Fine," he said. He came back inside, and the spell broke a little. Mom shut the screen door, but not the heavy one. Pepper slunk into the kitchen and lay under the table, chin on paws, eyes open. The next 10 minutes were painfully normal. Eli jammed his feet into his work boots. Mom found the big flashlight in the junk drawer, tested it against her palm, cursed the weak beam, then handed me a smaller one from under the sink. I put on sneakers and a hoodie because the air had cooled fast, the way it does in the mountains once the sun drops behind the ridge. The microwave sat forgotten with my reheated coffee inside. The peas had gone soft and wet against my wrist. We don't need a whole search party, Eli said. Mom gave him the big flashlight anyway. You are not going out there alone. Because of Mason's speaker. Because that well is dangerous. It's capped. It is old wood over a deep hole, she said. Those are not magic words. He rolled his eyes, but gently. Mom could still flatten him with that voice. I clipped Pepper's leash to my belt loop without putting it on her. It made no sense. Maybe I just wanted something attached to me that meant home. When we stepped back outside, the yard had changed in that subtle way familiar places change after dark. Distances stretched. The barn looked farther away than it had through the window. The garden rows seemed lower, the soil between them darker and wet-looking. The porch light buzzed behind us, and moths battered themselves against the glass, making tiny papery taps. We crossed the yard in a line. Eli first, because he always moved before thinking. Mom behind him with one hand, hovering as if he were still little enough to grab by the back of his shirt me last, sweeping my flashlight over grass, fence posts, the rusted wheelbarrow tipped near the compost pile. Yo, Mason, Eli called. If you're out here, you're a freak. Nothing answered. The field held sound strangely. Our feet made soft, sucking noises in the damp patches. Chain on the well frame gave a small tick. From the road came the distant hiss of a car passing, tires on wet pavement, though it hadn't rained since morning. Maybe someone else in the barn, I said. Mom stopped walking. Why would someone be in the barn? I don't know, kids. Kids don't come this far out. You say that like you weren't a kid here. I was a boring kid. Eli snorted. You smoked behind St. Mark's with Aunt Denise. Mom shone the flashlight at him. Your aunt has a big mouth. That little exchange should have loosened everything. It almost did. Eli grinned, and for a second I saw him at 10 years old, dirt on his knees, daring me to jump from the hayloft into a pile of loose straw. Back then, I was the careful one, and he was the one who counted down from 3 and jumped at 2. That had not changed much. It had only gotten more expensive. We reached the garden fence. The well stood another 30 yards beyond it, near the old apple tree that had split during an ice storm and kept living out of spite. The air felt cooler there. Not supernatural cool, just low ground, shade, water under the soil. A mosquito whined near my ear, and I slapped at it too hard. Eli lifted the flashlight toward the well. The beam caught the stones first, gray, pitted, slick, with moss in the seams. Then the plywood cap. The cap was not where it should have been. It still covered most of the opening, but one corner had lifted, maybe 2 inches, enough to make a black wedge beneath it. The nails along that side had pulled up with it, shiny at their tips where the wood had split around them. Mom whispered, no. Eli didn't speak. I heard the chain again. Tick, tick, a soft swing against rusted metal. There, Mom said. That's what we heard. The lid's loose. Could have been an animal, Eli said, but he sounded less certain now. A raccoon couldn't pry nails. A bear could. We don't have bears in the yard. We have bears everywhere, he said. It's Pennsylvania. He was right, technically. Black bears came down into neighborhoods sometimes, tipped trash cans, tore apart bird feeders, scared people into posting blurry photos online. But I didn't see tracks in the mud around the well. I didn't see torn grass or splintered scratches. I saw one raised corner of old plywood and the dark beneath it. The smell was stronger now. Damp stone, rust, rotting apples in the grass, and something else from the well, a cold cellar smell, trapped water and old leaves. Mom moved first. We're going back. Eli turned on her. We came all the way out here, and now we saw the lid is loose, so we fix it. We fix it tomorrow in daylight. It'll take 5 minutes. Mom's flashlight beam wobbled across his boots, the grass, the well stones. No. There was a lot packed into that one word, no, because she was tired. No, because she had spent the last year fighting with insurance, lawyers, roofers, Dad's old debts, and a house that seemed determined to shed pieces of itself every time she rested. No, because she had already lost too much control and could not stand to watch her son lean over a hole in the ground for the sake of proving he wasn't scared. Eli heard all of that and rejected it because he was 21. Mara, he said, back me up. I hated being put between them. It was the oldest place in the house, older than the wallpaper, older than the sagging porch. When Dad drank, Mom got practical, Eli got loud, and I became the hallway between rooms, carrying messages neither side wanted to hear. Even now, with Dad 3 states away and mostly reduced to awkward holiday texts, my body remembered where to stand. I shone my flashlight at the well cap. We don't know how stable it is. It's plywood. It's old plywood. I'm not climbing in. Nobody said you were. He looked at me then, really looked, and his annoyance softened into something worse. Pity. Mar, it's a board. I wanted to tell him that boards broke. Porch steps rotted from the inside. Ladders shifted. People fell into stupid places because they were embarrassed to admit they were scared. Instead, I said, then it can wait until morning. The yard went still around us. Then from beneath the lifted corner of the cap came a sound so small I might have missed it if we had been talking. A buzz. Not an insect. Not quite. Eli stepped closer. What is that? Mom grabbed his sleeve. No, he pulled free, not hard, but enough. Listen. The buzz came again, weak and intermittent. A familiar pattern, 1 second on, 1 second off. A phone vibrating against wood or stone. My mouth went dry in a very ordinary way. Is that yours? I asked. Eli patted his pockets. No, mine's here. Mom checked hers. I have mine. The buzzing stopped. We stood there with our flashlights pointed at the raised cap, 3 pale cones shaking slightly in the damp dark. Then a voice came from the well, muffled and distorted, close enough now that it could not be mistaken for wind. Eli, not drawn out like before, not eerie, human, young, frightened, or pretending to be. Eli took 1 step forward. Mom said, "We are calling 911. No service," he said. "We'll use the landline. Mason might be down there." "Mason might be messing with you," I said, but even as I said it, I remembered the vibrating phone, the pulled nails, the way Pepper had backed away from her own collar. Eli looked from me to Mom, then to the well. His face had gone tight, stubbornness and worry fighting for space. "If he's hurt, I'm not walking back to the house and waiting," he said. "If you touch that lid," Mom said, "I will drag you by your ear." He almost laughed, but the sound didn't make it out. The voice came again, thinner this time. "Eli, please." The 3 of us stood in the wet grass, the house glowing behind us, the old well open just enough to breathe. We had two choices that both felt wrong: go back inside and call for help, leaving whoever or whatever was under that lid in the dark, or move closer and risk turning one bad decision into several. Eli reached for the edge of the plywood. Mom reached for him, and I, useless with a flashlight in one hand and Pepper's leash clipped to my belt, had half a second to decide who I was going to stop. I stopped Mom, not Eli. That's the part I keep replaying, because it makes no sense until you understand how fast it happened. Eli had one hand on the lifted corner of the plywood, fingers tucked under the splintered edge. Mom lunged for him, and I caught her arm because I thought she would shove him off balance. One bad pull, one slick patch of grass, one foot against the loose stones. "Don't grab him," I said. Mom whipped around at me. "Then make him stop." "I'm right here," Eli snapped. "Both of you quit talking like I'm a toddler." The voice under the cap made a wet little sound, not a word this time. A scrape. Then the buzzing started again, weak and trapped, vibrating through the old wood. Eli crouched lower. "Hey," he called, aiming his flashlight through the black wedge. "Who's down there?" The beam didn't go far. It hit the inside curve of stone, slid over moss, and disappeared into a dark that seemed too thick for the distance. The old well was deeper than I remembered, or maybe I had never really known. As kids, we were told not to play near it, and that was that. In a child's mind, danger becomes a flat thing, a warning. You don't picture the actual drop. The reply came faintly. "Help," Mom's breath caught. "Mara, house, now. Call 911. That was the right move. I knew it. I also knew the landline was in the kitchen. The cordless handset was always half dead because Eli never put it back on the cradle. And even if it worked, we were 15 minutes from the nearest responding unit on a good night. Longer if they came from Somerset. Longer if they had to send rescue equipment. Longer if the dispatcher decided we were reporting a prank, a trespasser, a maybe person in an abandoned well behind a rural house with spotty cell service. "Eli, back away," I said. "We need to call." He didn't move. "What's your name?" The voice said something that might have been mace, or might have been air scraping through a pipe. Eli's face changed. "Mason," he said. Mom shut her eyes for half a second, and when she opened them, she was all nurse. Not mother, not tired woman with a realtor coming in the morning, nurse. "Do not move the lid more than it already is," she said. "If he's injured, you can drop debris on him. But if he's under it, you don't know where he is. You don't know how wide the shaft is. You don't know if the cap is bearing weight on anything." Eli looked furious because she was making sense. A thin cough rose from below. Then, clearer this time, "Eli, it stuck." "What stuck?" Eli called. No answer. Mom turned to me. "Go," I ran. The yard seemed longer going back, my sneakers slick in the grass, my flashlight beam jumping over weeds and fence wire, and the dark shapes of tomato cages. Behind me, Eli called Mason's name again. Mom said something sharp. The chain ticked against the crank. The porch light looked weak and domestic, like it belonged to somebody else's house. Inside, Pepper was under the kitchen table, whining through her nose. I grabbed the landline from the wall cradle and got nothing but a flat deadness against my ear. No dial tone. I jabbed the talk button twice, then checked the cord like the problem might be visible and polite enough to identify itself. "Come on," I said. Nothing. The kitchen smelled like reheated coffee, wet dog, and the sour towel Mom used to wipe paint dust off the counters. I found the base plugged into the outlet, but the little power light was off. Power outage. No, the microwave clock still glowed. The porch light was on. The fridge hummed. I followed the phone cord down behind the small desk where Mom kept seed catalogs and old medical bills. The cord had been pulled loose from the wall jack. Not fallen. Pulled. The plastic clip was snapped off. For a few seconds, I just stared at it. My mind offered me several reasonable explanations in a hurry. We had been moving furniture. Eli had dragged boxes through here. Pepper could have hooked it somehow. Old plastic breaks. Things happen. Then the house gave a soft creak above me. I looked up. "Mom," I called before I remembered she was outside. No answer. Pepper stopped whining. That scared me more than the creak. The dog's silence felt attentive. I took my phone out. One bar appeared, vanished, came back as a hollow triangle. I tried 911 anyway. The call failed before it rang. I moved to the window over the sink and held the phone up high, angling it toward the road. Nothing. I tried near the back door. Nothing. In the mudroom, beside the breaker panel, my phone briefly showed SOS, then dropped again. Outside, Eli shouted, "Mara." I shoved the broken phone cord into my hoodie pocket without knowing why and ran back. Mom and Eli were both at the well now. Too close. Mom had one hand on Eli's shoulder and the other holding the flashlight beam steady into the gap. Eli was on his knees in the wet grass, leaning but not touching the lid. "What?" he called. "Landline's dead," I said, breathless. "Cords broken, pulled out." Mom looked over at me, and the fear that crossed her face was small but unmistakable. She hid it quickly. "Cell? No." Eli pointed toward the road. "Truck," Mom said. "Keys are in my purse." "Your purse is inside," I said. "Then get it." I looked back at the house. Every lit window showed only a reflection of the porch light and yard behind me. It was ridiculous to be afraid of going inside when there was someone possibly dying under the ground. But fear doesn't rank itself by logic. My body had already decided the house was wrong now. The dead landline had changed it from home into a container. "I'll go," Eli said, starting to stand. Mom shoved him down by the shoulder. "No, you stay where I can see you." "I'm not 5. "No, you're acting 4. "Mom, Mara," she said, without looking away from him. So I went again. I did not run this time. I made myself walk because running felt like admitting something. The porch boards creaked under me. Inside, Pepper was no longer under the table. She stood in the narrow hallway that led toward the front room, hackles raised, staring at the cellar door. The cellar door was closed. I knew it had been closed earlier. It was always closed because Mom hated the damp smell coming up. Still, Pepper stood there with her head low, lips twitching. "No," I whispered. "Nope." I found Mom's purse on the chair by the pantry, dug through receipts, gum wrappers, a pill bottle, and 3 pens before my hand closed around the truck keys. Something bumped below the floorboards. Not loud. A dull shift. Wood answering weight. I stopped breathing. The cellar in that house ran under the kitchen and part of the mudroom. Low ceiling. Stone walls. Old furnace. Shelves of canned peaches and paint cans and things nobody wanted to throw away because they might become useful in a future that never came. It also had an outside bulkhead door around the side of the house, rusted but usable. Dad used to come in that way when he didn't want Mom to hear him. The bump came again. Pepper growled. I backed toward the door with the keys in my fist, and that was when the kitchen light flickered. Once, then steady. I left the purse open on the chair and went outside so fast the screen door slammed against the siding. Mom turned. Keys. I held them up. Eli was saying, "Mason, stay with me, okay? Just keep talking." From the well, can't what? A wet inhale. Can't move. Mom crouched despite herself. Are you injured? Can you tell us where you're hurt? The voice below did not answer her. Mason, Eli said, answer my mom. A pause. Then, very softly, not Mason. Eli went still. His hand tightened around the flashlight. I said, who are you? The well answered with a small, pained laugh that broke into coughing. It sounded young, male maybe, but distortion does strange things in stone shafts. Everything came up warped, thinned, damp. Phone, the voice said. Dropped, please. Your phone, Mom asked. Please, we need your name. A scraping sound rose from below, followed by a loose scatter of pebbles. Something hit water far down with a delicate plink. Mom stood. Nobody touches that lid. We get to the road, call emergency services from the Petersons, or drive until we have service. Eli stared at the gap. We can't leave him. We are not leaving him. We are getting help. That takes time. Opening it without equipment could kill him, or the lid could shift and kill him while we're gone. Mom looked like she might slap him, not out of cruelty, out of panic, wearing a familiar face. I stepped between them. One person drives, two stay. No, Mom said immediately. Mom, no splitting up. We already can't call. The truck can reach the Petersons in 2 minutes. Then all of us go. Eli shook his head. I'm not leaving. The voice beneath the cap whispered, Eli, not help, not please. Just his name again, like whoever was down there knew exactly which string to pull. Eli leaned toward it. Why do you know my name? I asked loudly. No answer. Mom looked at me then, and I saw she had the same thought. If it wasn't Mason, if it wasn't someone Eli knew, then how did he know Eli's name? We had shouted it, yes. Mom had said it. I had said it. But the first call had come before any of that, from the kitchen, before we came outside. A practical explanation existed. Someone had been close enough to hear us before. Someone had watched the house. Someone had known my brother. That was worse than a ghost. Mom took the keys from me. Truck. Now. We moved as a clump toward the driveway, except Eli kept looking back over his shoulder, and every look slowed him. The truck was parked beside the barn, an old blue Ford with rust freckles around the wheel wells, and a tailgate that took 2 hands to open. Mom unlocked it with the fob. The lights flashed once. The well voice called again, not loud, but desperate. Don't leave. Eli stopped dead. Mom grabbed his wrist. Move. What if he dies? What if you do? She snapped. That landed. Eli's face went blank, then angry, then wounded. He pulled his wrist free but kept walking. We reached the truck. Mom climbed into the driver's seat, shoved the key in, and turned it. The engine clicked. Nothing. She tried again. Click, click, click. No, she said. Eli yanked open the hood release and jumped out. I followed with the flashlight. The hood groaned up. Battery corrosion feathered pale blue around one terminal, but the cables were attached. "Try it," Eli called. Mom turned the key. Click, click, click. "Battery," Eli said. "It started yesterday." "Yeah, well, it's not yesterday." I swept the flashlight over the engine bay, not knowing enough to be useful. A faint chemical smell hung near the battery. Bitter, metallic. Eli leaned in, jaw tight. Then he said, "Wait." He reached down beside the battery tray and lifted something between two fingers. A short black cable end, cut clean. For a second, none of us spoke. Mom got out of the truck slowly. "What is that?" "Negative cable," Eli said. Snap, he looked at her. "Not like this." The night seemed to press closer around the truck. The barn behind us creaked. Crickets kept going because crickets don't care when your life tilts under you. I turned my flashlight toward the house. The porch light was still on. The kitchen window glowed. Beyond the house, the road lay dark between the trees. "We walked to the Petersons," Mom said. Eli shut the hood. "That's half a mile. Then we walk fast." "With someone in the well?" "Eli, no, listen." Phone line cut. "Truck disabled. Somebody's here." Mom's mouth closed. He pointed toward the well, his hand shaking now with more than anger. "That guy down there, whoever he is, maybe he's bait. Maybe he's not. But if somebody cut the truck, they don't want us leaving." I hated how reasonable that sounded. A sound came from the barn, a small knock, then another. Not the chain this time. Wood against wood. We all turned. The barn doors were shut, but the right one had never latched properly. It moved sometimes in weather. It could knock in wind. It could. The knock came again from inside. Mom lowered her voice. "Mara, take Eli to the house." "Mom," Eli said, "do it." "What are you going to do?" "Get the shotgun." That stunned all of us a little, including her. Granddad's old 12 gauge was in the hall closet, locked through the action because Mom hated guns, but hated being helpless more. I hadn't thought about it in years. Eli had, apparently, because his head snapped toward the house. "You don't even know where the shells are," he said. "Yes, I do." "No, you don't. They're in the linen closet." They were. I moved them after Dad came by last winter. Mom stared at him. "You what?" He was drunk. "He was in my house." Eli looked away. The well voice called again, ragged now. "Eli." It rolled across the yard and hit my brother like a hand on the chest. He turned toward it automatically. That was the flaw in him, not stupidity, not even recklessness, not exactly. Eli needed to be needed. He would walk into danger if danger used the right voice and made him feel like the only person who could help. He had been that way since Dad left, since Mom worked doubles, since I escaped to Pittsburgh and called it growing up. He became the man of the house before he understood that houses eat boys who try to hold them up. "Eli," I said, quieter, "look at me." He did, barely. "This is wrong." "I know." "No, I mean all of it. The phone, the truck, the voice knowing your name." His eyes shone in the flashlight glare. "Then we definitely can't leave some person down there with whoever did this." Mom said, "We can if staying gets us killed." He shook his head. "I'm going back to the well." "No, I'm not opening it. I'm going to talk to him. Keep him awake. You two go get the gun, find the shells, whatever." "We are not splitting up," Mom said again, but her voice had less force now because the choices were thinning. Walk to the Petersons in the dark with someone possibly watching. Go inside a house where the phone line had been cut and something had bumped in the cellar. Stay in the open by a well with a stranger beneath it. None of them felt like safety. They were only different shapes of risk. The barn door knocked again. This time it opened an inch. Maybe wind had found it. Maybe the old latch had slipped. Maybe the slope of the ground and the settling boards had done what old buildings do at night. Then Pepper barked from inside the house. One bark, sharp, cut off. Mom's face drained. "Pepper," she called. No answering bark came. The well voice began to sob, not loudly, worse than loudly. It was a contained, exhausted sound, like someone trying not to spend the last of their air. "Please," it said, "please, Eli, he's coming back." Eli moved before any of us could stop him. He sprinted toward the well. Mom shouted and ran after him. I followed, flashlight bouncing wildly, the truck keys cutting into my palm. The damp grass grabbed at my shoes. The yard broke into pieces of light and dark, barn door ajar, porch glowing, well stones ahead, Eli's back, Mom's hand reaching. He reached the well first and dropped to his knees. "I'm here," he called. "Who's coming back?" The answer rose thinly through the lifted cap. "Behind you." All three of us turned toward the barn. The right-hand door was open wider now, just wide enough for a person to stand inside the dark and watch us unseen. Then the porch light went out. The whole yard snapped black except for our 2 flashlights and the weak beam shaking in Eli's hand. From the house, something heavy struck the cellar door hard enough that I heard the wood rattle in its frame. Mom said, "Inside." "Now." Eli looked down at the well. The voice whispered, "Don't leave me." And then, from somewhere in the barn, a phone began to ring. The phone rang from inside the barn like it had been waiting for its cue. It was not a normal ring in the way that sounds normal in daylight. It was some bright default tone, cheerful and plastic, bouncing around the old boards and empty stalls. 3 notes, pause, 3 notes again. My brain did the stupidest thing first. It tried to name the ringtone. Eli stayed on his knees by the well, one hand braced against the damp stones. Mom had her flashlight trained on the barn door. Mine kept slipping because my wrist had started to ache where I'd burned it earlier. That small kitchen injury now pulsing under the skin like a reminder from another life. Nobody moved. Then Pepper barked again from inside the house. One sharp, panicked sound. Mom said, "We go inside. We get the gun. We get Pepper. Then we leave through the front and walk to the Petersons." Eli twisted toward the well. He said not to leave. He also said someone was behind us, Mom snapped. That may have been to keep us looking away. The voice under the cap had gone quiet. The barn phone kept ringing. I looked at the layout the way I should have from the start. The farmhouse sat at the top of the slight rise, porch facing the yard. To the left of the porch was the driveway, then the truck parked near the barn. The barn was 40 feet beyond the truck, doors facing the house, right door hanging open into black. The garden fence cut across the middle of the yard, and beyond it, down the slope, sat the well, about 30 yards from the barn and maybe 70 from the porch. Past the well were the split apple tree, the maples, and the darker drop toward the drainage ditch. The road was in front of the house, not visible from where we stood. To reach safety, We had to pass either the barn or the house. Both felt occupied. "Eli," I said, "get up." He didn't. His breathing sounded rough. "What if this is the only phone with service?" Mom stared at the barn. "What? The one ringing? If someone dropped it or left it, we could answer it. Call 911. "That is how people get shot," Mom said. "We're in Pennsylvania. People get shot checking their own mailboxes." "Not helping," I said. The ring stopped. The dark inside the barn seemed to expand without the sound. Then a text alert chirped from the same place. Eli stood. "I'm checking it." "No, you're not," Mom said. But he was already moving toward the barn. And this time, I didn't try to stop Mom when she went after him. I followed both of them with my flashlight bobbing over the grass. The well was behind us now, and every step away from it made my back itch, like someone could climb out silently and follow, even though the lid was still half-nailed and the opening too small for a person. "Mason," Eli called toward the barn. "If this is you, I swear to God." No answer. The barn doors were old vertical planks, gray and swollen from decades of weather. The right door had swung inward about a foot. Inside, the air smelled like hay dust, motor oil, and raccoon droppings. Our flashlights cut across a workbench, hanging bridles nobody had used since my grandfather sold the last horse, stacks of storm windows, and the old riding mower with one flat tire. The ring started again, louder now that we were close. It came from the left side, near the tool wall. "Stay together," Mom said. We edged inside. The packed dirt floor was uneven under my sneakers, and dust moved through the flashlight beams in slow, drifting flecks. Above us, the hayloft ran along the back half of the barn, its railing broken in two places. A ladder leaned against it at an angle that made my stomach tight. The phone rang again. Eli found it under the workbench, face up in a scatter of nails and mouse droppings. The screen glowed with a cracked spiderweb pattern. "It's Mason's," he said. Mom sucked in a breath. I crouched beside Eli. The caller ID said unknown caller. "Answer it," I whispered. Mom said, "Put it on speaker." Eli swiped. For 1 second, we heard only static and somebody breathing too close to a microphone. Then a man's voice said, "You're not supposed to be in there." Mom grabbed Eli's arm. "Who is this?" The call ended. The barn became too quiet, except for all the small normal sounds it had been hiding under the ringing. A drip somewhere near the back wall, a faint rustle in the rafters, Mom's breathing through her nose, Eli swallowing. "Call 911, I said. Eli tried. The phone showed 2 bars. It started to connect. Then the screen went black. "No," he said. He pressed the side button. "Nothing. Battery died." "Of course it did," Mom muttered, but her voice shook. Something crashed above us. I screamed. I hate that I did, but I did. A big, raw sound that scraped my throat. Eli swung the flashlight toward the hayloft. Mom jerked backward into me. A shape burst from the rafters. For half a second, it was a body dropping from above, limbs spread, coming straight into the light. Then it hit the dirt floor with a frantic flap and skittered sideways. A barn owl. It beat its wings against a hanging tarp, talons scratching plastic, then found the open door and shot into the yard, pale and silent as thrown laundry. Eli bent over, hands on knees, laughing once in a broken way. Jesus. Mom pressed a hand to her chest. Not funny. No, it's not. The misdirection should have relieved us. It did, for about 3 seconds. Then I saw what the owl had knocked loose. A coil of orange extension cord had fallen from the loft and landed near the mower. Tied to it with duct tape was a small black Bluetooth speaker. I pointed. That. Eli picked it up. It was muddy, scratched, cheap. The kind Mason would buy from a gas station and lose within a week. Mom took it from him and turned it over. Is it on? A tiny blue light blinked. Eli's face changed again, but this time not toward fear, toward humiliation. So it is a prank. Maybe part of one, I said. Part of one. He held up Mason's dead phone. His phone's here. The speaker's here. Someone called it and told us we shouldn't be in the barn. Mom pointed toward the house. And someone cut our landline in the truck. This is not just a prank. Eli stared at the speaker like he wanted to crush it. Then, where S. Mason, a noise came from outside. Not the well this time, from the house. Glass breaking. Mom ran before either of us could catch her. Mom, I shouted. She sprinted across the yard toward the porch, flashlight swinging wildly. Eli and I followed. The barn door banged behind us, pushed by some small draft, and the sound chased us over the grass. The porch light was still out. The kitchen window glowed faintly from inside, but the back door was open. It had been closed when we left. Mom slowed at the steps. Pepper, the kitchen was dim. The overhead light had gone off, but the microwave clock still shone green, and the refrigerator light leaked through the cracked door. Broken glass glittered near the mudroom, not from a window, but from one of Mom's canning jars. It lay shattered across the linoleum, peaches spreading in syrupy chunks that looked awful in the flashlight. Pepper was not there. Pepper, Mom called again, smaller. A whine came from the hallway. We found her by the cellar door. She was pressed flat to the floor, paws splayed, collar caught on a splinter where the bottom panel had cracked inward. Not dragged by a person. Not attacked. She had lunged or fallen into it hard enough to wedge the metal ring into broken wood. Mom dropped beside her. Oh, baby. The relief made my legs weak. This was the misdirection's answer. The heavy strike against the cellar door had been Pepper panicking and hitting it. Maybe after the porch light snapped off. Maybe after we left her alone with all the yelling outside. She's stuck, I said. Hold her head, Mom told me. Pepper shook, panting hot dog breath into my hand, while Mom worked the collar free. Eli stood at the hallway corner, shining his light toward the kitchen, then the mudroom, then the pantry. He looked angry again, but the anger had become thin and scared around the edges. Someone came in, he said. Maybe the door didn't latch, I said. He pointed to the counter. Mom's purse was still open where I had left it. Beside it, placed neatly on the scratched formica, was the broken landline cord. I touched my hoodie pocket. Empty. I had put it there. I knew I had. I had felt the plastic against my fingers when we ran to the truck. Mom saw my face. Mara, I had that. What do you mean? I took it, the cord. I put it in my pocket. Eli stared at the counter. You dropped it. I didn't. You could have. I didn't. Mom freed Pepper's collar at last. The dog crawled against her knees, trembling. Mom wrapped both arms around her, eyes fixed on the cord. The phone base on the wall gave a sudden click. All three of us turned. Cordless handset, sitting crooked in the cradle, lit up. Then it began to ring. Mom rose slowly, one hand still on Pepper's back. "Don't," Eli said. She picked it up anyway. "Hello." I could hear a faint hiss from where I stood. Mom's face tightened. "Who is this?" A pause. Then, from the handset speaker, thin but clear enough, "Tell Eli to come back to the well." Eli stepped forward. "Mason," the voice said, "tell him I'm sorry." Mom hit the end button so hard the phone slipped in her hand. "It rang," I said. "How did it ring if the cord is broken?" "It didn't use the landline," Eli said. I looked at him. He pointed to the handset. "Cordless phones can ring if the base has power and the line reconnects, right? Or maybe there's another line, internet thing. I don't know." Mom checked the wall jack. The broken piece was still there, but now I saw what I'd missed before. A second cable ran from the base behind the desk, not to the wall jack, but toward the floor. It disappeared through a drilled hole near the baseboard. "That wasn't there," Mom said. "Yes, it was," Eli said. "Granddad had some old extension line to the basement workshop." The basement. Nobody said it for a moment. Then the floor creaked beneath us. Not from the kitchen, from below. Pepper growled, low and exhausted. Mom whispered, "Front door, now." We made our first real escape attempt then. No debate, no heroics. We left the back door open, crossed the kitchen, grabbed Pepper's leash properly this time, and moved toward the front of the house. The front hall was narrow, lined with cardboard boxes marked "Sell," "Keep," "Donate" in Mom's blocky handwriting. The shotgun closet was on the left. The front door was straight ahead, with its oval glass window reflecting our lights back at us. Mom paused at the closet. "No," I said, "we leave. I want it with us." "Mom." She opened the closet anyway, hands fumbling with the little brass key on her keyring. Eli crowded behind her, watching the hall. I kept Pepper close, my flashlight aimed at the staircase. The gun was there, locked through the action like she'd said. Mom lifted it down. "Shells?" she asked Eli. He rubbed a hand over his mouth. "Upstairs linen closet, top shelf, blue tackle box." "You moved ammunition upstairs," Mom hissed. "Dad never went upstairs when he was drunk." The sentence landed in the hallway like something heavier than all of us. Mom didn't answer. Her face folded for half a second, then went hard again. "We don't have time." We reached the front door. It would not open. The deadbolt turned. The knob turned. The door moved half an inch and stopped with a solid wooden thunk. Eli shoved his shoulder into it. "Something's blocking it." "Move," Mom said. He shoved again. The oval window rattled in its frame. Through the glass, my flashlight caught pale shapes stacked against the outside of the door. Firewood. A whole row of split logs from the porch rack had been wedged tight between the door and the railing. Attempt one failed, the front exit blocked. We could still go out the back, but the back led to the well barn and whoever wanted Eli there. "Window," I said. The front room window looked out toward the road. It was old, painted stiff around the edges, but Eli got both hands under the sash and grunted. Nothing. Mom set the unloaded shotgun on the couch and helped. The window shrieked upward 2 inches, then jammed. Eli grabbed a lamp. "Don't break it unless you have to," Mom said. He looked at her in disbelief. Glass cuts, she said. Pepper can't climb through broken glass. That was how Mom's mind worked under pressure. Even then, she was triaging. The cordless phone rang again from the kitchen. Nobody went to answer it. We made attempt to reach the road through the back and around the house, staying together, avoiding the barn and the well. It sounded simple when Mom said it. Out the back door, along the side of the house past the bulkhead doors, around the lilac bushes, across the front lawn, then down the gravel drive to the road. From there, the Petersons' porch light should be visible beyond the curve. We took the shotgun, even unloaded, because it was heavy and familiar enough to feel like an argument. Eli carried it. Mom carried Pepper's leash and the big flashlight. I had Mason's dead phone in one pocket and the keys in the other, though neither could save us. At the back door, Eli stopped. The well voice was calling again. Not loud, not words at first, just a hoarse pattern from the dark slope. Then, Eli, Eli, please. He closed his eyes. I grabbed his sleeve. Do not. I'm not. You are. I said I'm not. We moved along the side of the house. The bulkhead doors to the cellar were on the left, half sunk into the ground, rusted red-brown, with weeds growing through the seams. One door was open an inch. Mom saw it. Was that open earlier? I whispered. No. Eli raised the shotgun by instinct, useless and unloaded. A smell came from the gap, damp stone, mildew, and something sharper, like gasoline or old solvent. We kept moving. Pepper resisted at the lilac bushes, digging her paws into the dirt. Mom tugged once, then stopped because the dog's back legs were shaking too badly. I scooped Pepper under the chest and belly. She was heavier than she looked, all trembling muscle and old bones. Pain shot through my burned wrist, and I almost dropped the flashlight. Mara, Mom whispered. I've got her. By the time we reached the front lawn, my arms were already shaking. The road lay beyond the gravel drive, a darker stripe between the trees. No headlights. No neighbor lights. The Peterson place was around the bend, hidden by the ridge and pines. Then we saw the gate. We didn't usually close the front gate. It was more decorative than functional, an old metal farm gate between two stone posts at the mouth of the drive. Now it was shut. A loop of chain held it closed. That wasn't. Mom started. Eli jogged ahead. I can climb it. He reached the gate and stopped. A padlock hung through the chain. New, silver, not ours. Attempt 2 failed, the driveway blocked. Eli hit the lock with the butt of the shotgun. Once, twice. The sound cracked across the road and came back from the trees. Pepper whimpered in my arms. Stop, Mom hissed. You'll bring him. Who? Eli shouted, voice breaking. Who, Mom? Say it. From behind us, back near the house, the kitchen light went out. Then the upstairs hall light came on. We all stared. A figure crossed behind Eli's old bedroom window. Just a passing shape. Human height. Dark against yellow light. Mom made a sound I had never heard from her before, low and animal. Eli ran back toward the house. Eli, I screamed. He didn't stop. That was the point of no return starting, though I didn't know it yet. He had seen someone in the room where the shells were. Maybe he thought Mason was inside. Maybe he thought whoever did this had access to the ammunition. Maybe he just could not stand being led around his own childhood home like prey. Mom chased him. I chased Mom, carrying Pepper until my arms gave out near the lilacs. I set the dog down too hard, and she yelped. Guilt flared hot in my throat. "I'm sorry," I whispered, and dragged her with us. Eli reached the back porch first, ignored the kitchen, and bolted for the stairs. "Don't go up," Mom shouted. He took the steps 2 at a time. I entered the kitchen just in time to hear a loud bang from upstairs, then Eli yelling, "Mara," not Mom, me. I dropped Pepper's leash. Mom shoved past me toward the stairs. At the top landing, Eli stood outside his old bedroom, breathing hard, shotgun raised like a club. The upstairs hall smelled like dust and old carpet. The light flickered once, then held. His bedroom door was open. Inside, his window was up. The curtains moved gently inward with the night air. No person. On the bed, laid out carefully on his old blue comforter, was the missing blue tackle box. Open. Empty. Beside it sat a muddy walkie-talkie, its little red transmit light glowing. From the speaker came the well voice, inches away now. "Eli," it whispered. Downstairs, the back door slammed shut by itself, hard enough to rattle the house. Then came the click of the deadbolt. Mom ran to the stairs and looked down. I looked at the open window, the empty ammunition box, and the walkie-talkie on the bed. Outside, from the yard below, a man shouted, "Last chance, Eli." Eli stepped toward the window. Mom grabbed him, and the first thin thread of smoke began to curl up through the floor vent at our feet. Smoke changes the way people think. It doesn't come in like fire does in movies, bright and obvious, throwing orange light under doors. It arrives like a bad idea. Thin first, almost polite, a gray thread through the floor vent, smelling of hot dust and old chemicals. Then thicker, meaner, catching in your throat before your eyes understand what they are seeing. Mom grabbed Eli by the back of his shirt and hauled him away from the open window. "Downstairs," she said. Eli fought her for half a second. "He's out there. So is the fire." "It's not a fire yet." A cough cut him off. Mine. It tore up from my chest, sharp enough to make my eyes water. I backed away from the vent and nearly stepped on the walkie-talkie sitting on the bed. Its red light still glowed. The voice crackled from it. "Eli, come outside and this stops." Mom looked at the radio like she wanted to crush it with her bare hands. Eli whispered, "Who are you?" The answer came through the speaker in a smear of static. "You know, I don't. You should." The smoke thickened. Pepper barked downstairs, then coughed, a rough hacking sound that moved through me worse than any threat had. "We are leaving," Mom said. "How?" I asked. The hallway behind us was already hazy. The stairs led down to the kitchen and back door, but the back door had just slammed and locked. The front door was blocked from outside with firewood. The only open exit was Eli's bedroom window, 2nd floor, above the sloped side yard where the lilacs grew thick against the foundation. Mom turned to the window. "Sheets." That was all she said, and we understood because there was no time to make it a discussion. I yanked the comforter off Eli's bed. Eli grabbed the top sheet. Mom pulled open the closet and tore down an old flannel blanket from the shelf. We tied them together with ugly knots, hands shaking, smoke sliding around our legs. My burned wrist screamed every time I tightened fabric, but I kept going. pain had become useful. It told me I still had a hand. The walkie-talkie hissed. Then the voice said, softer, Mara. I stopped. Eli looked at me. Don't listen. But the fact that he knew my name too made the room tilt. The voice continued, tell him about the cellar. Mom froze. Not because the words were supernatural, because they were specific. Eli turned to Mom. What cellar? No, she said. The voice laughed once through static. Ask her why your dad stopped coming through the bulkhead. Mom snatched the walkie-talkie from the bed and hurled it against the wall. It hit a framed little league photo and cracked the glass. The red transmit light went dark. For 1 second, there was only smoke and breathing. Then from outside below the window, the man shouted, That was rude, Helen. Mom's face changed. She knew that voice. Not well. Not warmly, but enough. Who is it? I asked. She did not answer. Eli went to the window before she could stop him. He looked down. I looked too. A man stood near the lilac bushes with a flashlight pointed up at us. He wore a dark rain jacket despite the dry night, hood up, face mostly hidden. In his other hand was something small and black. Not a gun. A radio, maybe. His stance was casual in the worst way, like a person waiting for a delivery. Behind him, on the slope toward the well, a second light glowed faintly on the grass. A lantern. Beyond it, the red plywood cap sat crooked over the well. The old chain hung still. Where S. Mason? Eli shouted. The man raised his flashlight to his own face. He was maybe in his late 30s, white, with a narrow jaw and a patchy beard. His left cheek had a pale scar that pulled slightly when he smiled. I didn't recognize him. Mom did. Ryan, she said from behind us. Ryan Hale, 38 male, had been one of my father's drinking friends years before, though I remembered him only in pieces. A loud laugh at the kitchen table, a dented pickup in our drive, Mom's voice going flat whenever his name came up. He had worked odd jobs around Somerset County, fencing, tree cleanup, roofing after storms. The kind of man who knew how to get onto rural properties without being seen and how to make an accident look like one. Ryan lifted a hand. Hi, Helen. Eli looked from him to Mom. Who the hell is that? Nobody, Mom said. Ryan's smile widened. That's unkind. The smoke rolled higher. My eyes burned. Downstairs, Pepper scratched at something, claws rapid against wood. Mom pushed us back from the window. Mara goes first. No, Eli said. Pepper's downstairs. We can't lower Pepper from here. We're not leaving her. We're not staying up here to suffocate. Ryan called up. You've got maybe 3 minutes before that stairwell gets ugly. I didn't dump much, just enough to get you moving. Gasoline or solvent near the bulkhead, the open cellar door. He had set something in the basement, not to burn the whole house fast, to smoke us out, to control where we ran. Mom pulled the sheet rope tight around the bed frame and shoved the knotted end out the window. It unrolled down the siding, not quite reaching the ground. The last 6 feet hung above the lilacs. Mara, she said. I climbed onto the sill. I am not brave. I need that understood. I did not look down and decide I could do it because love conquered fear. I looked down and thought about my ankles snapping, my hands slipping, Ryan waiting below, smoke pushing at my back, Pepper coughing downstairs, Eli's face as he realized someone had built a trap around the exact shape of his guilt. Then Mom said, "Go." So I went. The sheet burned against my palms. The knots caught under my fingers. The siding scraped my shoulder. Way down, my right foot slipped against the clapboard, and my body swung out. I slammed into the wall hard enough to knock the breath out of me. "Mara," Eli shouted. "Keep going," Mom yelled. I dropped the last few feet into the lilacs. Pain shot through my left ankle. Not broken, bad enough. Branches clawed my neck and cheek. I bit my tongue and tasted blood. Ryan stood 10 feet away, watching. Up close, he looked older than 38. Weathered, thin around the mouth. His eyes were bright and tired. "Stay put," he said. I grabbed a fallen branch from the lilacs. He glanced at it and smiled. "That won't help. It might make me feel better." Above us, Eli started down the sheet. Ryan stepped toward me. That was his mistake. Small, human, he wanted control. He wanted me scared and still. I threw the branch at his face. He flinched. Not much, just enough. I lunged sideways, not at him, but toward the bulkhead doors. One was still open an inch. Smoke seeped from the gap. If Pepper was downstairs near the cellar door, then the basement had a path. Dangerous. Stupid. Maybe the only one. Ryan caught my hoodie from behind. The fabric jerked tight across my throat. I choked and swung my elbow back. It hit something soft. He grunted. His grip slipped. I dropped to one knee, ankle flaring white hot, and crawled toward the bulkhead. "Mara," Mom screamed from above. Eli hit the ground behind me and went straight for Ryan. No hesitation. No plan. They collided in the grass. The sheet rope slapped against the siding above them. Ryan was bigger, but Eli was younger and furious. They rolled into the lilacs, grunting, elbows and knees thudding against dirt. Ryan's radio flew from his hand. Mom was still at the window. "Pepper," I shouted up. "I'm going through the cellar." "No," but I was already pulling the bulkhead door open. Smoke poured out. Heat followed, not roaring, not yet. Just a pushing oven breath from below. I yanked my hoodie over my nose and went down the concrete steps on my backside because my ankle would not take weight. The air thickened fast. At the bottom, the basement was dim with smoke and lit by a mean orange flicker near the old workbench. A rag burned in a metal paint tray. Beside it sat a tipped plastic can of mineral spirits. Not a house fire. Not yet. A smoke bomb made from whatever had been stored down there for years. The flame licked along the rag, trying to find more. I grabbed an old damp moving blanket from a shelf and threw it over the tray. Smoke billowed up in a dirty cough. I stomped on it with my good foot until the orange glow died. Then I heard Pepper, a scratch above me. The cellar stairs led up to the kitchen door. I crawled toward them, staying low like we'd been taught in school assemblies, though none of those assemblies had mentioned how your childhood basement would look when you were dragging one bad ankle through mouse droppings and spilled solvent while a man outside tried to take your brother. The stairs were wood. The door at the top was shut. Pepper scratched from the other side. "I'm here," I coughed. "I'm here, girl," I climbed. Each stair hurt. Smoke pressed around my face. I found the latch and pushed. The door opened an inch, then stopped. Something blocked it from the kitchen side. Not locked, blocked. I shoved my shoulder into it. the gap widened enough for Pepper's nose. She whined and shoved back. "Move," I gasped, though she couldn't understand. Then something slammed outside, a shout, "Eli, Ryan," Mom yelling my name from somewhere lower now. She must have come down the sheet. I backed down one step and kicked the cellar door with my good foot. Once, twice. The third time, whatever was blocking it shifted. A box toppled. The door swung inward, and Pepper half fell down the first step into me. She was coughing, eyes wet, her fur warm and smoky. I grabbed her collar. "Come on." Getting an elderly dog down basement stairs in smoke while limping is not graceful. It is a series of negotiations with gravity. Pepper's back legs slid twice. I hooked one arm under her belly and nearly went down with her. We made it to the basement floor together, both of us coughing, both of us shaking. Outside, a gunshot cracked. Everything stopped. The sound punched through the stone foundation and rolled around the basement. Not a shotgun blast, smaller, a handgun. I dragged Pepper toward the bulkhead. At the top of the steps, the yard was chaos in flashlight fragments. Mom had Ryan's radio in one hand and the unloaded shotgun in the other, holding it like a bat. Eli was on the ground near the well, one hand clamped over his upper arm. Blood ran black between his fingers. Ryan stood a few feet away, holding a pistol low at his side. "Enough," Ryan said, breathing hard. Mom looked at Eli's arm, and the nurse in her measured the blood even while the mother in her broke apart. "You shot him," she said. "He rushed me. You shot my son." "Grazed him," Ryan said. "He'll live if he behaves." Eli's face was pale and slick with sweat. "Mason," he said through clenched teeth. "Where is he?" Ryan turned toward the well. And there it was, the answer and not the answer. A real person groaned from under the lid. Not a speaker, not a recording. Ryan had used devices to pull us around the property, but someone was truly down there. "Mason," Eli whispered. Ryan crouched and picked up the missing chain from the ground. I hadn't noticed it before. He had run it from the well cap through the rusted crank frame and wrapped it around the base, making a crude latch. The lifted corner had been enough to let sound out, not enough to let anyone out. "He came nosing around this afternoon," Ryan said. "Your little friend always was stupid." Mom's voice went quiet. "What do you want?" Ryan looked at Eli. "He knows." "I don't," Eli said. "Your dad took something from me." Eli gave a strained laugh that almost became a sob. "Dad took something from everybody." Ryan's face twitched. "He hid cash here. After the Ridgeview job, your mother knows." Mom said, "There is no cash." Bullshit. There was never cash. There was debt. There were hospital bills. There were holes in walls and men like you showing up drunk at my kitchen table. Ryan pointed the pistol at her. Everything tightened. Clipped, small, immediate. Mom stopped. Pepper growled beside me. I had the keys in my pocket. Mason's phone, nothing useful. Then I remembered the truck. Not to drive. The cut cable. The battery. The keys had the fob. The panic button. I pressed it. The Ford's horn erupted beside the barn, loud and brutal, headlights flashing against the siding. Ryan flinched and turned toward it. Pepper lunged at the sound, barking hoarsely. Mom moved. She swung the shotgun. The stock hit Ryan's wrist. The pistol fired again. The bullet struck the well stones with a sharp spark and whine. Eli curled inward, I grabbed Pepper and fell flat. Ryan shouted, dropping the gun into the grass. Mom hit him again, this time across the face. He went down on one knee. Eli, bleeding and shaking, threw himself forward and tackled Ryan's legs. Mom kicked the pistol away toward the garden fence. I crawled for it. My ankle screamed. My lungs burned. I got both hands around the gun and shoved it under the tomato plants, far enough that Ryan couldn't reach it. The truck horn kept screaming. Headlights flashed. On, off, on, off. Ryan punched Eli in the side. Eli made a sound I never want to hear again. Mom grabbed Ryan's hood and yanked backward. The fabric tore. Ryan twisted, caught Mom by the wrist, and slammed her hand against the well frame. The shotgun dropped. I saw her fingers bend wrong. She did not scream. She headbutted him. It was ugly and perfect. Ryan staggered. Eli hooked an arm around his knees and pulled. Ryan fell backward, hit the ground hard, and for 1 second we had him. Then Mason screamed from inside the well. The sound tore out of the dark below, raw and wet and alive. Water's rising. A new sound came with it. Not supernatural. Worse, mechanical. Water rushing through a pipe. The old well had been capped, but the drainage line from the hillside still fed into it after heavy rain. Or Ryan had opened something. Or the morning rain had finally worked its way through. I didn't know. I only knew the sound below had changed from hollow air to moving water. Ryan laughed from the ground, blood on his teeth. Should have left him. Mom looked at me, then at Eli, then at the well. We had to choose, not escape, not justice. Mason. Chain, Mom said. Eli tried to stand and nearly collapsed. I grabbed the loose chain Ryan had used as a latch. Mom, one-handed now, fumbled with the wrap around the crank frame. Her right hand was useless, fingers already swelling. I used both hands and my teeth, tasting rust and dirt. The knot of chain slipped free. Ryan rolled onto his side. Pepper bit him. She got him in the calf, old teeth sinking through denim, and held with a growl that sounded pulled from the bottom of her body. Ryan yelled and kicked. I thought he would kill her. I dropped the chain and lunged, but Mom got there first. She brought the shotgun stock down across his shin. He stopped kicking. Eli shoved the plywood cap. It didn't move. Again, Mom said. All three of us pushed. Eli with one arm, Mom with one hand, me with my shoulder and good leg. The nails shrieked from the far side. The cap slid 6 inches, then 12. Black air opened. The smell hit us, cold water, mold, fear, and human waste. Mason Dyer's voice came from below, no longer disguised or distant. Help me, we shone the flashlight down. He was not at the bottom. He was wedged maybe 12 feet below, one leg trapped through a broken cross brace or old pipe, water swirling around his waist. His face was turned up, white and filthy, one eye swollen. A rope was tied around his chest, but the other end disappeared into the dark water below, useless or cut. Mason, Eli sobbed. Hold on. No climbing, Mom said immediately, though her voice broke. The wall won't hold. The chain, I said, the old crank chain. It was rusted but thick, still looped over the well frame. We lowered it, link by link, hands slipping. Mason grabbed it once and lost it. Grabbed again. Eli wrapped the upper end around his own forearm before I could stop him. "No," I said. "I've got it. You're bleeding." "I've got it." Mom anchored the chain around the crank post. I held Eli's belt. Pepper still growled near Ryan, who lay curled and groaning in the grass. "Pull when I say," Mom called down. "Mason, you free your leg first. Do you understand?" "I can't." "You can. Listen to me. Push down, then twist your knee inward." "I can't. Do it or you drown." There was a terrible pause. Then Mason screamed. The chain went taut. "Pull," Mom shouted. We pulled. Not heroically. Badly. Desperately. Eli cried out as the chain dug into his wounded arm. My ankle buckled and I went down, but I kept both hands on the links. Mom braced her foot against the well stones and pulled with her good hand and elbow. Mason rose inch by inch, scraping against stone, coughing water. The chain slipped. He dropped a foot. "No," Eli shouted. We pulled again. This time, Mason got an elbow over the rim. I grabbed his shirt. Mom grabbed the rope around his chest. Eli hooked his good arm under Mason's armpit and leaned back with everything he had left. Mason came over the edge and hit the grass like a sack of wet clothes. Alive, bleeding, shivering, sobbing, alive. Behind us, Ryan crawled toward the garden fence. Mom saw him. She picked up the shotgun with her left hand and pointed it at him, unloaded and trembling. "Stay down," she said. Maybe he believed it was loaded. Maybe he was too hurt to test her. Maybe the truck horn and flashing headlights and bleeding boy on the grass had finally broken the shape of his plan. He stayed down. We did not get a sudden savior. No police lights burst through the trees. No neighbor appeared with a rifle. We still had no working truck, no landline we trusted, no open gate, and smoke still leaking from the bulkhead behind the house. But the center of it had broken. The voice from the well was only Mason now, coughing on the grass. Ryan was real, on the ground, bleeding from his mouth, and pinned by our exhaustion more than strength. Eli sat beside Mason with his hand clamped over his arm, staring at the open well as if it had spoken something into him that would never leave. Mom lowered the shotgun. Her broken fingers hung at an angle. The truck horn finally died on its own, leaving the night huge and ringing. Somewhere down in the well, water kept rising against stone. And for the first time all night, nobody called my brother's name. We did not call 911 from the house. That seems like the obvious next thing, the clean thing that would happen in a better structured version of the night. Threat subdued. Victim rescued. Authorities notified. Sirens in the distance. Real life made us limp. Mom kept Ryan on the ground with the unloaded shotgun pointed at his chest, while Eli sat in the grass beside Mason, both of them shivering so hard their teeth clicked. Pepper lay under the split apple tree with her muzzle on her paws, coughing every few minutes, a thin, scraping cough that made Mom's face tighten each time. The well stayed open behind us, black at the rim, water moving far below with a steady hidden slosh. I was the one who went for help, not because I was the strongest. I could barely put weight on my left ankle, not because I was calm. I had blood on my chin from biting my tongue, my eyes burned from smoke, and my hands shook so hard the flashlight beam looked like something alive. I went because Mom's fingers were broken. Eli was bleeding. Mason could barely sit up, and Pepper couldn't walk. Also because if I stayed there listening to the water rise in the well, I thought I might start screaming and not stop. Mom gave me Ryan's padlock key after we found it in his jacket pocket. She made me take the pistol too, wrapped in one of Eli's old t-shirts so I wouldn't touch it directly. "Don't carry it in your hand," she said. "Mom, I mean it. Put it in your hoodie pocket. If a car comes, you don't want to be the girl limping out of the dark with a gun." Even then, even with blood on her shirt and 2 fingers bent wrong, she was thinking 3 steps ahead. Ryan laughed once from the grass. "You people are dramatic." Mom looked at him for a long second. Then she said, "Mara, go." I went down the drive with the flashlight in my left hand and the key in my right. The front gate looked ordinary when I reached it, which was almost insulting. Just a farm gate in the dark, chain looped through, new silver lock, a thing you could buy at any hardware store and use to turn someone's home into a pen. The key worked. The chain fell with a dull clatter onto the gravel. I walked the half-mile to the Petersons because I didn't trust myself to run. My ankle had swollen inside my shoe, and each step sent pain up my leg in a hot wire. The road curved through trees, past the ditch, and the old mailbox with our name peeling off the side. Twice, I thought I heard footsteps behind me. Both times it was my own uneven stride echoing off wet pavement and trunks. At the Peterson place, I pounded on the door until Mr. Peterson opened it in sweatpants with a baseball bat in his hand. Gary Peterson, 68 male, was a retired Penn dot plow driver with a bad knee and the kind of face that always looked sunburned. His wife, Linda Peterson, 66, female, came up behind him in a robe, already holding a cordless phone because she had heard enough of my voice through the door to know something was wrong. I remember saying, "Arwell, my brother, a man. Fire, please call." Linda didn't ask me to start over. She just dialed. The next hour broke into pieces. State police arrived first, then local fire, then EMS. They moved through our yard with hard white lights and clipped voices, turning the place I knew into a scene. Ryan was handcuffed on his stomach near the garden fence, cursing into the grass until a trooper told him to save his breath. Mason was loaded onto a stretcher wrapped in thermal blankets, still asking for Eli every time he drifted close to sleep. Eli tried to stand and follow him, then nearly fell. Mom snapped, "Sit down," and he sat. Nobody argued with Mom for the rest of the night. The fire crew checked the cellar and confirmed what we already knew in fragments. Ryan had not set a full house fire. He had made a dirty smoke source with mineral spirits, rags, and old paint thinner, enough to scare us, disorient us, maybe force us out the way he wanted. It could still have killed us. That was the part people kept saying gently, as if gentleness helped. Smoke inhalation can kill before flames ever touch a wall. A closed farmhouse can become a trap in minutes. The well rescue team came even though Mason was already out. They set up lights around the opening and checked the structure. One of them looked down and said, "Christ," under his breath, and apologized to Mom like the word had damaged the property. Mason had been lucky in a way that made everyone quiet. He had dropped only partway because an old cross brace and a tangle of pipe had caught him. That same debris trapped his leg and tore it badly enough that the hospital later used words like tissue damage, infection risk, and possible surgery. The water rising in the well was real. The morning rain had fed runoff into the old drainage line. Ryan may not have planned that part, or maybe he had noticed the weather and counted on it. Nobody could prove which. Eli's bullet wound was a graze through the upper arm, shallow compared with what it could have been, ugly enough to need cleaning, stitches, and antibiotics. Mom had 2 broken fingers and 1 dislocated. My ankle was sprained, my palms were rope burned, and my lungs sounded bad enough that EMS made me sit with an oxygen mask while I gave the first version of my statement. Pepper went to an emergency vet in Johnstown with Linda Peterson driving because Mom refused to leave us and I refused to leave Mom. Smoke exposure, bruising, exhaustion. No broken bones. An old lady having a very bad night, the vet called her, and I cried in the waiting room when Linda told me that, just folded forward with my elbows on my knees and cried into my hands because apparently that was the sentence that got through. Ryan Hale was charged with enough that the list sounded unreal when the trooper read it back. Burglary, arson-related charges, assault, unlawful restraint. Attempted kidnapping was discussed, but not explained to us in detail that night. Criminal mischief for the truck, the phone line, the blocked doors, the gate. Aggravated assault for shooting Eli. There were other words too, legal words, that made his actions sound orderly and filed. What he had done had not felt orderly. It had felt intimate. That was what kept coming back to me. He hadn't just attacked the property. He had used the property. The old phone line. The cellar bulkhead Dad used to sneak through. Eli's bedroom. The well we'd been warned away from as kids. Mason's friendship with Eli. Mom's need to protect. My fear of the basement. Every part of it had been chosen or improvised by someone who knew where the soft places were. The cache, if it had existed, was never found. The Ridgeview job turned out to be a burglary from years earlier at a closed hunting lodge outside Donegal. Not some grand criminal myth. Just stolen equipment, a safe, and several men too drunk or greedy to keep their stories straight. Dad had been questioned back then, but never charged. Ryan had done time on something adjacent, parole violation and possession of stolen property, according to one of the investigators. He believed Dad had walked away with money that belonged to him. Dad denied it when police reached him in Ohio. Of course he did. He called Mom's phone 2 days later from a number I didn't recognize. She let it ring on the hospital tray table until it stopped. Then she blocked it. Eli watched her do it and didn't say anything. That was new. Mason survived. That feels too small a sentence for what it meant, but there it is. He had a broken ankle, a deep cut along his thigh, hypothermia, dehydration, and a concussion from when Ryan hit him before forcing him toward the well. He told police He had come by looking for Eli, seen Ryan near the barn, assumed at first it was some contractor or buyer because of the property sale signs, and then gotten close enough to realize Ryan had Mason's phone in his hand. After that, his memory came in pieces. A blow, grass against his face, the smell of mud, waking in the well with a rope around his chest, and Ryan telling him to say Eli's name if he wanted to live. He said he refused at first. Then the water started touching his legs. Eli visited him in the hospital every day until Mason told him, "Dude, go home. You look worse than me." Eli did not go home. He slept in a chair with his stitched arm in a sling and his head tipped against the wall, looking younger than 21 and older than he had any right to be. Mom put the house sale on hold. She said it was because of the investigation, insurance, smoke damage, and the fact that nobody wanted listing photos with police tape around a well. That was all true. It was also true that after everything, she could not bear to let strangers walk through our rooms and decide what they were worth. The well was filled in 3 weeks later. Not just capped, filled. A contractor came with gravel, concrete, permits, and a small crew that smelled like coffee and diesel. The rescue team had already inspected it and pulled out what evidence they could. Scraps of rope, one of Mason's shoes, a rusted bucket, old pipe, a dead flashlight Ryan had lowered at some point, and a cheap wired speaker wrapped in plastic and duct tape, wedged on a ledge just below the lifted cap. That speaker bothered me more than the others. The Bluetooth speaker in the barn made sense. The walkie-talkie made sense. Mason's phone made sense. The old phone line through the basement made sense once the technicians traced it. But the wired speaker in the well had been carefully placed, protected from water, connected to a length of black cable that ran through weeds toward the tree line. Ryan admitted to some of it after his lawyer got involved, according to what the police were willing to tell us. He admitted staging the calls. He admitted trying to scare Eli into coming out alone. He admitted looking for what was owed. He said he did not place that speaker. Maybe he lied. Probably he lied. Still, I watched the contractor toss it into an evidence bag, and I felt the same damp pressure in my ears I had felt in the kitchen that first night, right before the microwave beeped and Pepper started barking at the wall. By August, ordinary life returned in pieces that did not fit as neatly as they used to. The kitchen got scrubbed. The cellar door was repaired. The broken landline jack was replaced, then canceled entirely because Mom said she was done paying for ghosts of services nobody used. Eli fixed the truck battery, cable himself with his arm still stiff, jaw clenched every time the wrench slipped. Pepper started sleeping in Mom's room instead of the kitchen. If a phone rang after dark, all three of us looked at it too long. I stayed longer than 3 weeks. At first, I told myself it was practical. Mom needed help with appointments. Eli needed rides. The house needed repairs. Pepper needed pills hidden in peanut butter. Then September came, and I was still there, working remote billing temp jobs from the dining room table, learning which floorboards creaked because of humidity, and which ones creaked because someone was coming up behind me. Eli changed too, but not in the dramatic way people want after trauma. He still made bad jokes. He still left cabinet doors open. He still answered Mason's texts at all hours. But he stopped walking toward every cry for help like it had his name carved into it. Sometimes he would pause in the doorway, hand on the frame, and look back at one of us before going outside. That pause was something. Mom's fingers healed crooked. She could still use them. She could still work. But when she held a coffee mug, her right hand looked slightly wrong, the ring and middle finger not closing all the way. She caught me looking once and said, "Don't make that face. They still bend enough to point." Then she pointed at Eli's boots in the middle of the floor and told him to move them. We laughed. It sounded strange in the kitchen. Not bad, just unfamiliar. The property behind the house looked different after the well was filled. They leveled the ground and left a circular patch of pale gravel where the stones had been. Mom said she would plant grass in the spring. Eli said we should put a bench there. I said absolutely not. Mason suggested a bird bath and then apologized when nobody laughed. By late October, the maple leaves turned the backfield gold and orange, and the air smelled like wood smoke from other people's chimneys. Our own house still held a faint chemical odor in the basement, no matter how much we aired it out. Cold mornings, the patched circle where the well had been collected frost before the rest of the yard, a white coin in the grass. The last loose thread came in a padded envelope with no return address. It arrived on a Tuesday, mixed in with grocery coupons and a medical bill. Mom opened it at the kitchen table while Eli and I were arguing about whether the coffee tasted burnt. Inside was a small plastic evidence bag, not police evidence, something bought online. Inside the bag was a key, old brass, mud in the teeth. There was a note folded around it, 3 words written in block letters: "Ask your father." Police took it seriously enough to collect it, and not seriously enough to give us answers. No usable prints, or none they told us about. The postmark was Pittsburgh. Ryan was in custody when it was mailed. Dad claimed he knew nothing. Mason swore he didn't either, and I believed him because he went pale when he saw the picture. The key did not fit any door in the house. Not the barn, not the cellar, not the old shed, not the padlock Ryan had used, not the trunk in the attic where Mom kept tax records and Christmas ornaments. Eli tried them all with a kind of quiet obsession until Mom finally took the key and locked it in her jewelry box. That night, I woke up around 2:00 a.m. to a sound outside. Not a voice, just a small metallic tick. One, then another. I sat up in my old bed under the glow in the dark stars and listened so hard my jaw ached. House breathed around me, furnace hum, old wood settling, Pepper snoring faintly from Mom's room. Across the hall, Eli's door was open a crack, the way he left it now. I went to the window. The yard was moonlit and empty. The barn doors were shut. The gravel circle where the well had been shown pale near the apple tree. There was no crank anymore, no chain. The tick came again, from the radiator under my window. Heat knocking through old pipes. That was all. I told myself that until my pulse slowed. Then I told myself again. In the morning, Mom made pancakes because she had a late shift. and said she felt like acting normal aggressively. Eli burned the first two and blamed the pan. Pepper got half a pancake under the table because none of us had the moral strength to deny her. Sun came through the kitchen window and lit the repaired wall jack, the clean counter, the place where the canning jars had been before one shattered across the floor. Almost ordinary. That is where we live now, most days. Almost ordinary. But sometimes, when rain moves over the ridge and gathers in the low spots behind the house, the yard smells like iron water again. The gravel circle darkens. The apple tree drips steadily even after the sky clears. And every so often, Eli will stop mid-sentence and look toward the back field, not because he heard his name, he says, just because. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here. Dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going. You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is I work at a movie theater, and Screen 9 plays footage of the audience. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The first sign that something was wrong with Screen 9 was a wet cough. Not from the speakers, not from someone in the theater. It came from the picture itself. The movie had not started yet, and the projector was still supposed to be looping our pre-show ads. The one with the smiling dentist in Cherry Hill, the trivia question about Tom Hanks, the animated soda cup sweating in slow motion. Instead, the screen showed a grainy black and white shot of our empty auditorium from somewhere high in the back row, angled down over the seats. Then the cough came again. A man in the second row of the footage lifted one hand to his mouth. Except Screen 9 was empty. I was standing at the auditorium door with a broom in my right hand and a dustpan tucked under my arm, watching the empty seats in front of me and the occupied seats on the screen, trying to make my brain put the two things together in a way that didn't make my teeth press too hard against each other. I work nights at the Garden State 14, a movie theater wedged between a Target and a dead Bed Bath and Beyond in Marlton, New Jersey, where the parking lot lights buzz all winter and the wind shoves receipts across the asphalt like tiny frightened animals. My name is Evan Mercer. I'm 26, male, and I started there because the hours were easy to hide behind. I was supposed to be applying to grad school again, supposed to be doing something with my film degree other than scraping nacho cheese out of cup holders. But at night, in the booth glow and lobby popcorn haze, nobody asked too many questions. That suited me. I'm good at being useful in places where people don't look too closely. The Garden State 14 was old enough to have bad carpet, but new enough to pretend it was. The lobby smelled permanently of butter oil, floor cleaner, and the faint hot dust smell from the vents when the heat kicked on. Half the wall sconces flickered if someone plugged in the ISI machine wrong. The arcade had 2 claw machines, one racing game with a cracked steering wheel, and a basketball cabinet that screamed encouragement at nobody. On weeknights, after 9, the whole building seemed to settle into itself. The families cleared out. The teenagers drifted away in groups, loud in the lobby and silent under the cameras. The last shows belonged to tired couples, old men who bought senior tickets and fell asleep before the trailers, and the occasional guy in a hoodie who paid cash and made every usher remember where the radio clipped to their belt was. That Tuesday, we were between rushes, which meant everyone had stopped pretending to work hard. Maya Singh, 24, female, was leaning against the concession counter with a stack of empty popcorn tubs pinned between her hip and the glass case. She'd been at the theater longer than anyone except our manager, and she had a talent for sounding bored even when she was right. She was from Edison, drove 40 minutes because this job gave her more shifts, and claimed she could tell what movie someone had seen by how they carried their trash. Marvel people stack cups, she said, nodding toward the lobby doors as a couple walked out. Horror people leave everything, like they think touching garbage gives the demon permission. Rom-com people, I asked. They apologized to the trash can. I was wiping fake butter off the metal counter because I liked tasks with a beginning and an end. Wipe counter. Counter is clean. No essay. No application portal. No blank box asking where I saw myself in 5 years. Behind us, Leonard Prout, 58, male, our shift manager, stood under the office doorframe reading numbers off a clipboard with his lips moving. Lenny had worked in theaters since projectors still used reels, and he treated digital equipment with the distrust of a farmer staring at a weather app. He wore short-sleeved dress shirts in every season, kept his keys on a retractable chain, and said corporate the way other people said mold. Evan, he called without looking up. 9's turning at 10:10. Empty house. Go sweep it before the late feature. 9 had the church group earlier, Maya said. Check under the first row. Kids hide Skittles like they're building bunkers. They weren't a church group, Lenny said. They had matching shirts. It was a robotics club. Maya considered that. Same energy. I grabbed the broom from the supply closet and headed down the right hallway past screens 7 through 10. That side of the theater always felt colder. Not scary, just underused. The carpet changed pattern halfway down, from red swirls to brown squares, because some pipe had burst before I started, and corporate had replaced only what their insurance covered. The hallway speakers played a soft instrumental version of some pop song from 10 years ago, too low to identify, but loud enough to make the quiet feel arranged. Screen 9 sat at the far end before the emergency exit. It was the smallest auditorium, 90 seats, mostly used for indie releases, religious films, and anything expected to die by Friday. The door closer hissed when I pushed inside. The room smelled like sour soda soaked into fabric, and that faint metallic odor you get from old air conditioning grates. I stepped in, held the door with my shoulder, and flicked on the cleaning lights. 3 rows of dim blue LEDs came up along the aisles. The screen was running. At first, I didn't care. That happened all the time. Ads started early. Projectors lagged. The automation system had moods. I had learned not to assign meaning to bad tech unless sparks were involved. Then I noticed there was no color. The image on the screen showed the auditorium in black and white from a high angle at the back. It looked like security footage, except our security cameras weren't mounted inside the screening rooms. Lenny had said that 100 times when customers asked after losing phones. We monitor hallways, lobby, box office, exits, not auditoriums. People don't want cameras pointed at them while they watch a movie. On the screen, maybe 15 people sat scattered through screen 9. A woman in a puffy coat in row D2, teenagers 3 seats apart. An older man in the front section. A little kid leaning over the armrest. My first thought was old footage. Training video. Some weird pre-show file accidentally dropped into the playlist. The wet cough came from the screen. The man in the footage raised his hand. I looked at the actual second row. Empty. Every cup holder empty. Every seat folded up. No coats. No people. No cough. I stood there longer than I should have. The blue aisle lights made little reflected commas on the sticky floor. The broom handle creaked in my hand because I was gripping it too tight. Then the door behind me thumped open. Jesus. I turned so fast the dustpan slipped and clattered down 2 steps. Maya froze in the doorway with a trash bag looped over one wrist. Wow, brave. Don't do that. I opened a door, Evan. Do it quieter. She smiled, then looked past me. The smile didn't leave all at once. It went thin first. What is that? No idea. We both watched the screen. The black and white audience shifted in small, ordinary ways. Someone scratched their jaw. A kid kicked both feet, heels flashing pale against the seat back. A woman leaned toward the person beside her and whispered something we couldn't hear. The auditorium around us stayed empty enough that I could hear the soft, electrical hum near the ceiling. Maya walked 3 steps down the aisle, slow. Is this from earlier? Maybe. We didn't have this many people in 9 earlier. You remember. I remember trash. On screen, the woman in the puffy coat turned her head slightly toward the camera. Not directly, just enough. Maya's voice dropped. Where's it coming from? The projector. You know what I mean. I didn't answer because I didn't. There was probably a reason. There was always a reason, even when it took a while to find. A file mislabeled by the distributor. A test feed. Some local ad company with terrible judgment. Maybe a maintenance camera temporary install nobody had told the night crew about. That last thought should have calmed me. Instead, it made me look up. The back wall of screen 9 was a dark rectangle of acoustic paneling broken only by the projection window. Below it, the last row sat empty, each seat folded like a row of closed mouths. I couldn't see any camera. No blinking light. No lens. Maya noticed me looking. Don't what? Start acting like the guy in a movie who climbs into the vent. I wasn't going to climb into anything. Good. Because I'm not explaining your stuck body to Lenny. The sound cut out. The footage kept moving. Then the pre-show trivia snapped back on in full color, bright enough to make both of us blink. Which actor once worked as a hotel bellhop? A. Steve Buscemi B. Morgan Freeman C. Bill Murray D. Adam Driver upbeat music filled the room. It was too loud after the quiet. Maya exhaled through her nose. Okay, so that was disgusting. It was probably a corrupted file. You say that like corrupted files usually show people who aren't here. They can show anything. Can they cough? I bent to pick up the dustpan because I needed to do something with my body. My fingers felt clumsy on the plastic edge. Audio track could have been from another file. You asked. I asked where it came from. You gave me a TED talk from a man holding a broom. That helped. A little. We swept the auditorium together, not because it needed 2 people, but because neither of us said the other should leave. Maya checked the front row like she'd predicted and found Skittles under 4 seats, along with a plastic church key bottle opener and a receipt from Wawa. I worked the back rows, glancing up every time the pre-show music changed. Nothing else happened. By the time we finished, a few customers had drifted in for the 10:10 showing, a thriller that had been out for 3 weeks and was down to 1 late screening a day. 4 people tow. 2 middle-aged women with identical purple water bottles, a college-age guy in a Rutgers hoodie, and a man alone who bought a small popcorn and asked twice whether the movie had subtitles. As they passed into screen 9, I felt the urge to tell them to use another auditorium. That was ridiculous, and I knew it was ridiculous. Employees didn't get to redirect customers because a pre-show file glitched. People paid for specific show times, and Lenny would want an explanation, and I didn't have one that wouldn't make Maya stare at the carpet. Still, when the man with the subtitles question stepped through the door, I said, "Just so you know, the pre-show's been glitchy tonight." He paused. He was maybe mid-40s, male, pale, with a trimmed beard and tired eyes behind square glasses. His name printed on the ticket app when he had trouble scanning was Daniel Voss, 46, male, from Philadelphia. According to the billing zip, he volunteered when the kiosk rejected his card. He had the careful, apologetic manner of someone used to being told he was holding up a line. "Glitchy how?" he asked. "Just visual stuff. Ad skipping." Oh, he adjusted his popcorn against his chest. "As long as the movie runs, should be fine." He nodded, then went inside. Maya, beside the ticket podium, gave me a sideways look. "What?" I said. "You were about to tell him the screen was haunted." "No, I was. You had a whole camp counselor face on." "I don't have a camp counselor face." "You have the face of a man about to say, 'Buddy, maybe don't swim after dark.'" Before I could answer, Lenny's voice crackled over my radio. "Evan, booth. Projector 6 is throwing a lamp warning again." "They don't have lamps," Maya said. I pressed the button. On my way. The projection booth at Garden State 14 was less a booth than a long beige corridor running behind the auditoriums, full of server racks, humming projectors, cable trays, and the warm plastic smell of machines that never fully slept. In the old days, Lenny said, projectionists worked up there like priests. Now the movies arrived on encrypted drives, got loaded into a theater management system, and ran automatically unless something broke. Something was always breaking. Lenny stood in front of the rack for screens 5 through 10, squinting at a monitor. Beside him was Noah Grant, 19, male, the newest hire, tall and narrow-shouldered, with acne along his jaw, and a mop of blonde hair that kept falling into his eyes. Noah was from Voorhees, still lived with his parents, and had the nervous eagerness of somebody who wanted older coworkers to like him, but didn't know how to stop talking once they did. "I didn't touch anything," Noah said, as soon as I walked in. "Nobody said you did," I said. Lenny looked at me. "I look at everyone," Lenny muttered. "It's how supervision works." Screen 6 had a harmless warning. Fan speed, not lamp. Lenny clicked through the diagnostics with the slow aggression of a man opening a bill he already hated. I leaned against the wall and watched the status bars. "Screen 9, do anything weird up here?" I asked. Lenny didn't look away from the monitor. "Define weird." Maya had followed us up, because of course she had, and answered before I could make it sound normal. It played footage of people sitting in the auditorium when nobody was in the auditorium. Noah's eyes widened. "Like a prank, like a lawsuit," Lenny said. "So you saw it?" I asked. "I didn't say that. But you know about it." Lenny clicked one more window closed. The fan warning cleared. He took off his glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose, leaving red dents on both sides. "Corporate pushed a new pre-show package this afternoon," he said. "National ad block, local block, policy trailer, all that garbage. There were file errors in 10 earlier. Spanish language dentist ad played over the Coke spot. This wasn't a dentist ad," I gathered. Maya crossed her arms. "Do we have cameras inside 9? No. Do we have any temporary cameras inside 9? No. Do we have any weird training file that looks like security footage of customers?" Lenny looked at her then. "Why would we have that?" "I don't know, Lenny. That's why I made my voice go up at the end." Noah gave a tiny laugh and immediately stopped when Lenny glanced at him. On the rack monitor, Screen 9's playlist showed normal. Pre-show, trailers, feature. Cleanup lights at 12:02. Nothing labeled creepy audience cough file. Nothing out of sequence. Lenny opened the content folder and scrolled. Rows of file names blurred past. Studio packages, ads, policy clips, trailers, all stamped with IDs and dates. He moved slower when he reached the local pre-show files. "There," I said. He stopped. One file name stood out because it didn't follow the pattern. "Odd check 9 temp," Mauve Maya leaned in. "Audience check," Lenny's mouth flattened. Noah said, "Temp like temporary." "Nobody asked you," Lenny said, not harshly, just automatically. He clicked the file properties. Created that afternoon. Duration 000047. No distributor listed. Source, local ingest. Who loaded it? I asked. The question landed badly. Lenny's eyes moved to the little activity log window. He didn't answer right away. Machines hummed around us, each projector doing its calm, expensive work. Somewhere below, a door opened and closed, sending a muffled bass thump through the floor. The log listed the file as added at 4:32 p.m. by an admin account. Lenny's admin account. Maya turned to him. "You loaded it." "I loaded the corporate package." "Did you watch it?" "No, it was a folder. You ingest the folder." "Could someone put something in the folder?" "Corporate could. Vendor could. Some idiot in distribution could." Lenny shut the properties window. "Or the system mislabeled cached junk. It happens." "Does it?" I asked. He looked tired then, not angry. "No, Not like that. For a second, none of us spoke. That was when my private, stupid fear started tapping from inside its little locked room. Not ghosts, not monsters. I've never been afraid of those. My fear has always been simpler, being watched at the exact moment I think I'm alone. I used to make short films in college, and during one campus project, a roommate found raw footage of me talking to myself between takes, practicing lines, muttering things I didn't want anyone to hear, looking softer and stranger than I thought I looked. He showed people. Not maliciously, he said. Funny, he said. I laughed along because that was easier than admitting I had spent the next 3 months checking corners of rooms for red recording lights. So when that file sat on Lenny's monitor with its bland little name, AUD Check 9 Temp, I felt something old and humiliating press its thumb into my ribs. Maya noticed. She always noticed more than she admitted. "You okay?" she asked. "Yeah, you look like you swallowed a receipt." "I'm fine." Lenny clicked back to the live playlist. "I'll delete it after the current pre-show cycle." "After," Maya said, "the feature's about to start. If I mess with the playlist now and crash the server, we refund the whole house. It's 4 people. It's Tuesday. 4 people is a whole house." On the monitor, screen 9 shifted from pre-show ads to trailers. Normal. A superhero trailer. A perfume ad. A Dolby policy bumper that rattled the booth wall faintly through the speakers below. Noah let out breath like he'd been holding it for a full minute. "So it's over," Maya said. "You are adorable. I mean, the weird file isn't playing. For now." Lenny pointed at me. "You and Maya do auditorium checks after trailers. Make sure the feature starts clean. If anything glitches, radio me. Do not interrupt customers unless there is an actual safety issue." "Define actual," Maya said. "Fire, flood, fight, heart attack, visible electrical problem." "What about the screen showing people who aren't there?" Lenny pinched his glasses in one hand. "Radio me." We went back downstairs. The lobby had gone quiet in that late night way that makes every small sound too specific. The soda nozzles clicked as they reset. Ice settled in the machine with a hollow crunch. Somewhere behind concession, the dishwasher hissed and knocked. Outside the glass doors, a man in the parking lot sat in his running car, with the brake lights painting the wet pavement red. Maya and I stood near the usher podium, both pretending to look at our phones. "You think Lenny's lying?" she asked. "No, that came out fast. I think he's scared of paperwork more than anything alive. That's not an answer. I think he loaded a folder and something was in it." "Something from where?" I looked down the hall toward screen 9. The thriller had begun. No trailer noise now, just the low murmur of dialogue leaking through the auditorium door and the occasional swell of music. A completely normal movie playing for 4 completely normal customers in a mostly empty theater next to a Target. "I don't know," I said. Maya tucked her phone into her back pocket. "We should check it," Lenny said after trailers. "Trailers are over." He also said don't interrupt customers. I'm not planning to stand in front of the screen and ask for a show of hands. From inside screen 9 came a sudden burst of laughter. Not movie laughter. Customer laughter, startled and uneven, the kind that happens when people aren't sure if they're allowed. Maya and I both looked at the door. Then the laughter stopped. A second later, Daniel Voss stepped out into the hall, He still held his popcorn, but the tub had tilted, and a few kernels clung to the front of his sweater. His glasses had slid slightly down his nose. "Hey," he said, too politely. "Sorry, is this part of the movie?" Maya's face changed before mine did. She had worked too many customer complaints to miss tone. "What part?" she asked. Daniel looked back at the auditorium door as if someone inside might answer for him. "The camera thing," he said, "on the screen." My radio crackled once at my belt. Static, then Lenny's voice from upstairs. "Evan, don't touch the playlist." Maya and I stared at each other. Daniel swallowed. Should we leave? The hallway speakers switched songs overhead, a bright piano loop skipping once before smoothing itself out. I could have told Daniel yes. I could have opened the door, walked 4 paying customers into the lobby, and made Lenny yell at me while we figured out what the file was. Or I could do what we always did at Garden State 14 when something broke, but hadn't technically hurt anyone yet. Check first. Maya's hand was already on the auditorium door handle, but she didn't pull it open. She looked at me, waiting. Inside screen 9, the movie sound dropped away. Something else began to play through the wall. A cough, wet and close. Maya opened the door before I could talk myself into being professional. The sound hit us first, not loud. That was worse. If it had blasted through the theater speakers, if it had cracked and boomed and made the walls shake, I think all 4 customers would have bolted on their own. Instead, it came thin and intimate, like somebody had left a phone playing near a microphone. A cough, a little drag of breath, then a whisper so low I couldn't make out words. Inside screen 9, the movie was gone. The auditorium sat in dimness, lit only by the screen, and the screen showed the same black and white camera angle as before. High in the back, looking down over the seats. This time, it showed the actual people inside. The 2 middle-aged women with purple water bottles were in row F, leaning toward each other. The Rutgers hoodie guy was 2 rows behind them, sitting very still. Daniel Voss stood in the aisle beside us, half turned toward the exit. His popcorn tub hugged against his chest, like it was something alive. And on the screen, we could see all of them from above, including Maya, including me. My own body appeared at the bottom corner of the screen, just inside the auditorium door, one hand still on the push bar, face tilted up. The image lagged by maybe a second. I moved my fingers. The screen moved its fingers after me. That was the moment the problem became simple. Not easy, simple. There was a live camera feed inside screen 9, and nobody knew where the camera was. Maya said, "Everybody out." She didn't shout. Her voice cut through the room cleanly, the way it did when teenagers tried to sneak in with backpacks full of cans. The 2 women looked back, startled. The Rutgers kid pulled one earbud out, though I had no idea why he had earbuds in during a movie. Daniel was already moving. "Is it a fire?" one of the women asked. "No," Maya said. "Technical issue. We're moving you to the lobby." The screen repeated her a second later, not the audio from the room. The camera feed had its own microphone, catching her voice thinner, flattened by compression. "Technical issue. We're moving you to the lobby." The Rutgers kid stood fast enough that his soda tipped. Ice and cola splashed across the aisle steps. "Are we on camera?" he asked. "Sir, lobby," Maya said. Are we being recorded? I stepped aside so Daniel could pass. We don't know yet. That was honest. It was also the wrong thing to say. The older of the two women, Barbara Keene, 61, female, had introduced herself earlier by complaining that the kiosk charged her twice. She was from Mount Laurel, wore a quilted navy coat, and had the stiff posture of someone who had spent a life keeping receipts. Her friend, Denise Harlow, 59, female, was smaller, with silver hair tucked behind both ears and a purple scarf wrapped carefully around her neck. Denise turned toward the screen, saw herself turning toward the screen, and made a sound that was not quite a gasp. You don't know, Barbara said. Maya shot me a look that said, in plain English, you absolute idiot. I raised both hands. We're stopping the show and clearing the room. That's what we know right now. Barbara clutched her water bottle. Want the manager? He's being notified, I said, though he technically wasn't because my hand was not on the radio yet. The Rutgers kid, whose ticket app had shown his name as Colin Reeves, 21, male from Camden County, stepped into the aisle and pulled his hood up for reasons I think were automatic. He was lanky, with tired eyes and the defensive slouch of a guy who expected every authority figure to accuse him first. This is illegal, right? Like, you can't film people in a theater. We're not filming anyone, I said. The screen repeated me. We're not filming anyone. Colin pointed up at himself, huge and pale in the grainy image. Then what the hell is that? The movie sound tried to return. For 1/2 second, a man's voice from the thriller said, "Don't open." And then it cut back to the wet cough. Maya moved down the aisle. Out, now, please. That last word came out tight. The customers filed out, all except Colin, who stayed in the aisle with his phone up, recording the screen. Sir, I said, I'm documenting this. Do it from the lobby. Why? So you can delete it. Maya stopped 2 steps below him. Nobody's deleting your phone, Spielberg. Move. He looked like he might argue, and for one dangerous second, I thought he would plant himself there just to prove he couldn't be made to leave. Then the screen changed. Not much, just enough. The camera angle zoomed in slightly on Colin. It wasn't a digital zoom from our system, not the clean kind. It was slow and mechanical, with a faint motor tick beneath the audio. The image tightened from the whole auditorium to the back half of the room, placing Colin in the center. His phone was visible in his hand. His face changed as he watched himself become the focus. Maya said, very softly, Evan. I didn't look away from the screen. Yeah, get him out. Colin stopped recording. The motor tick continued. I stepped down toward him, grabbed his elbow before asking permission, and said, now. He jerked at my touch, but he moved. Maya backed up with us, eyes flicking between the screen and the back wall. The door hissed open behind us, and the 3 other customers stood in the hallway, all talking at once. That was live, Daniel said. Barbara demanded. Where is your manager? Denise whispered. Was that us the whole time? The hallway suddenly felt too narrow for everyone's fear. I hit the radio button. Lenny, screen 9 is live feeding the auditorium. We cleared customers. Need you downstairs now. Static. Then Lenny, say again. Maya took the radio out of my hand. There's a camera feed on the screen showing the people inside the room. Live. We evacuated. Come downstairs. A pause. Keep them there, Lenny said. Do not let anyone leave yet. Barbara heard that. Of course she did. "Excuse me," she snapped. Maya lowered the radio. "He means for incident reports." "No, I'm leaving," Colin said. "You people are insane." He pushed past Daniel toward the lobby. "I should have let him go. I know that now. A customer wants to leave, you let them leave. You get a name if you can. You preserve safety first, paperwork second." But I was thinking about phones, videos, corporate, police, hidden cameras. I was thinking about my own face on that screen, the 1-second delay showing my mouth slightly open, confused and stupid. I was thinking about being seen before I understood what I was. So I stepped in front of Colin. "Just wait 1 minute." He looked at me like I had touched a nerve. "Move. We need to figure out what's going on." "You need to get out of my way," Maya said. "Evan." It wasn't a warning about Colin. It was a warning about me. But I didn't move quickly enough. Colin shoved me with the heel of his palm. Not hard enough to be a fight, hard enough to say he was done asking. My back hit the wall beside the Screen 8 poster case. The aluminum frame rattled, and the glass panel popped loose at the bottom with a sharp little crack. Denise flinched. Daniel said, Hey, don't." I said, "Move," Colin said. My radio hit the floor and skittered under the bench by the auditorium doors. That tiny loss of control did something ugly to the group. Everyone started speaking louder. Barbara said she was calling the police. Colin said good. Maya told everybody to step back. Daniel kept saying, "Let's just stay calm," in the hopeless tone of a man trying to reason with a leaking pipe. Then the lights flickered. Not the whole building, just that hallway. The sconces along screens 7 through 10 blinked once, twice, and dropped to emergency mode. Red exit signs glowed harder. The overhead music stopped mid-note. Far away in the lobby, the arcade basketball game shouted, "Nice shot," to nobody. From inside Screen 9 came the cough again. This time it was louder in the hallway because the auditorium door had not latched fully behind us. Maya reached down, scooped my radio from under the bench, and shoved it against my chest. Her expression was flat, but her eyes were furious. "Do not block customers," she said under her breath. "I know. Then know it faster." Lenny arrived from the lobby side with Noah behind him, both moving at an awkward half-jog. Lenny's face was red, and his key chain bounced at his belt. "What happened to the hall lights?" he asked. "Not the priority," Maya said. "It is if emergency lighting is tripping." Barbara stepped forward. "Are you the manager?" Lenny took one look at the group, at Colin's raised phone, at my shoulder pressed to the wall, and his face changed into customer service mode so completely it was almost disturbing. "I'm the shift manager, yes." "Everyone, I apologize. We're experiencing a projection system error and a partial lighting issue in this corridor. We're going to move you to the main lobby where it's more comfortable, take your information, and issue full refunds." "Projection system error," Colin said. "It was filming us. We are investigating that. I'm calling the cops." "You have every right to contact authorities," Lenny said. That surprised me. It surprised Colin too, Maya noticed. "Good answer." Lenny ignored her. "Evan, lock Screen 9. "We need to find the camera," I said. "We need to keep people out." Both can be true. Noah, who had gone pale under the hallway's emergency lights, raised one hand halfway like he was in school. "Could it be the accessibility camera?" Lenny turned. "The what?" Noah Noah swallowed. At my uncle's theater, they had a camera for open caption testing. Not in the auditorium, but near the booth glass, for checking screen alignment and audience light levels. We don't have that, Lenny said. But maybe we don't have that. Maya looked at Noah. What would it look like? Small, black dome or pinhole? Maybe mounted near the projector port. I looked back at screen 9's closed door. A pinhole near the projection window, high in the back, exactly where the feed seemed to come from. Lenny saw the thought moving across my face and shook his head once. No, we are not climbing around in there with customers standing in the hall, Barbara said. I am not standing anywhere. I want your names, your corporate number, and I want to know whether I was recorded. Denise touched her arm. Barb. No, Barbara said. We were sitting in the dark, and they had us on a screen. Daniel looked less angry than ashamed, which made me uncomfortable. He kept wiping popcorn salt from his sweater and missing some of it. Was it only this auditorium? We're checking, Lenny said. We were not checking. Not yet. The time-sensitive part arrived in pieces, the way bad news often does at work. First, Lenny's radio crackled with the voice of Tessa from box office, saying the next round of late shows had arrived early because of rain. Then Maya's phone buzzed with a weather alert. Severe thunderstorm warning, wind gusts, flooding in low-lying roads. Then the lobby doors opened, and a group of teenagers came in laughing wetly, shaking rain off their hoodies, and asking whether Screen 9 was where the 10:45 horror revival was playing. Screen 9 had another show in 28 minutes. A sold one. Not packed, but sold enough. A cult horror anniversary screening that had drawn 46 advance tickets, mostly young people, the kind who would record anything strange and send it everywhere before Lenny finished saying refund voucher. Lenny checked the schedule on the tablet at the podium. His thumb moved twice, then stopped. We can move the 10:45 to Screen 5, he said. No, we can't, Maya said. 5 has the private birthday rental. Then Screen 3. 3's projector has the purple line. Screen 11. Cleaning crew has it blocked for the leak. Lenny looked at her. She shrugged. You schedule like a man who thinks buildings respect spreadsheets. Noah said, could cancel. Lenny was already shaking his head. 46 advance refunds, plus concessions, plus corporate asking why, plus people already here in a storm. We delay first. Delay for what? I asked. To remove the bad file. That doesn't solve the camera. It solves the screen showing the camera. There it was, the flaw that kept the theater alive and made it dangerous. Lenny believed a problem became smaller if customers couldn't see it. Maya stared at him. You cannot put people in that room if there's a hidden camera in it. I'm not putting people anywhere until I inspect it. With what? Your vibes. With the keys, the booth access, and a flashlight. Evan, Noah with me. Maya, get these customers to the lobby. No, I said. Lenny looked at me like I had spoken in another language. I heard myself continue, and some distant, sensible part of me wished it could grab me by the collar. Noah shouldn't go in there. He doesn't know the layout. Maya saw the feed with me. She should come. Maya's eyebrows lifted. I should. You noticed the zoom. I also notice when men volunteer me for creepy rooms. I'm not volunteering you. You just did, Lenny snapped. Enough. Evan, with me. Noah, stay with Maya and help process refunds. Noah looked relieved and insulted at the same time. Maya stepped closer to Lenny, lowering her voice so the customers wouldn't hear every word. If there is a recording device in that room, you need police, or at least building security. We don't have building security, then police. And say what? We found a mystery camera we haven't found yet. Yes, Lenny, that is pretty much the sentence. Colin, still filming from a few feet away, said, I already called. Everyone turned. His phone was against his ear now. His other hand was shaking slightly, though his face was hard. Yeah, he said into the phone. Movie theater in Marlton. They've got hidden cameras in the screening room. Lenny closed his eyes for half a second. The problem had a clock now. Police were coming. Customers were gathering. The 10:45 audience was arriving. Screen 9 might contain a hidden recording device, and we had less than half an hour to secure the room before curiosity, rain, refunds, and panic made everything harder. Maya took control because someone had to. Lenny, take Evan and check from the booth first. Do not go crawling under seats. Do not touch anything that looks like a camera. Photograph it. Kill the playlist if you can without wiping logs. I'll move customers to the far side of the lobby and get names. Noah, you help me and stop looking like you're about to apologize to the carpet. Noah straightened. Okay. Lenny bristled at being managed by someone making $15.25 an hour, but he also knew she was right. That was the thing about Maya. People resented her while obeying. He pointed at me. Booth. As we started up the back stairs, I glanced once toward the lobby. The first evacuated customers were clustered near the concession stand under warm yellow lights, already transformed from people to witnesses. Barbara had her phone out. Denise sat on the bench with both hands around her water bottle. Daniel stood apart from the others, staring down the hallway toward screen 9 with the expression of someone trying to decide whether he had seen something meant for him. Colin was still talking to emergency dispatch. Maya caught my eye. No jokes this time. Just go. The projection booth felt different when we entered. Before, it had been warm and annoying, full of familiar machine hums. Now, every fan sounded like breath through cloth. Screen 9's projector sat midway down the row, its status light steady green, as if it had no idea it was ruining our lives. Lenny logged into the control terminal with hands that only shook when he missed the first password attempt. Don't hover, he said. I'm not. You are. I stepped back 2 inches. He opened screen 9's live status. Feature paused. Error notes. Audio routing. Playlist history. The strange file no longer showed in active playback, yet the port window ahead of us leaked a faint gray light from the auditorium. Why is it still outputting? I asked. Because the server thinks the feature is outputting. It is. Thank you, Evan. The booth window for screen 9 was a thick rectangle of glass set into the wall above the back row. Beside it was a smaller service panel with 2 screws and a peeling sticker that said, "Do not obstruct ventilation." Dust clung to the edges. I leaned close, angling my phone flashlight around the frame. At first, I saw only the auditorium below, the tops of seats, the pale rectangle of screen. Then I saw the wire. A thin black cable ran from behind the service panel, tucked along the underside of a metal bracket, and disappeared into the shadow above the projection port. It was too neat to be old trash, too new to be part of the building. Lenny, he didn't turn. What? You need to see this. Mover irritated, and I pointed. His irritation drained out slowly. That wasn't there, he said. When anything, ever. The cable had no dust on it. The zip tie holding it to the bracket was bright white, freshly cut, with the little tail still sticking out. Lenny reached for it. I grabbed his wrist. For a second, we both froze. I had never touched him like that. He looked at my hand on his skin, then at me. Don't, I said. Maya said photograph it. His jaw flexed. Let go. I did. He took out his phone and snapped 3 pictures. Then he crouched, trying to see behind the panel without touching the cable. From below, through the glass, a voice came out of screen 9 speakers. Not the movie, not the cough, my voice. Slightly delayed, thin, and compressed. Don't, it said. Maya said photograph it. Lenny's phone dipped in his hand. The microphone wasn't just in the auditorium. It was in the booth. The speaker feed carried another sound, one happening right then in the room with us. Lenny's breathing, close and rough, transmitted down into the empty auditorium and back up through the glass, as if the building had learned to repeat us. I looked around the booth corridor. Server racks, cable trays, vents, dark corners behind old equipment, places a person could hide a device if they knew our routines. My fear came back hard enough that I had to press my palm against the wall. Recorded in college. Laughed at. Exposed. That old tiny humiliation had nothing on this, but it used the same door to get in. I had thought the danger was people seeing me from the auditorium camera. Now I understood we might have been watched all night. In the booth, in the hallway, maybe in the lobby, maybe while we joked, while I flinched, while Maya caught it and said nothing. Lenny whispered, we shut it down. He moved fast toward the rack. I followed. Can you? I can kill screen 9's server. What about logs? Police can enjoy the server when it's not broadcasting us. He reached for the emergency stop on the projector stack. The booth lights went out. Not flickered. Out. The machines stayed on, their status LEDs suddenly too bright in the dark. Downstairs, a chorus of surprised voices rose from the lobby. Emergency lighting should have kicked in along the booth corridor, but only one red fixture at the far end pulsed weakly, making the walls blink. Lenny swore. My radio crackled at my belt. Maya's voice came through broken by static. Evan, we just lost lobby lights. Doors are still open, but the mag locks on the side exit clicked. Tell me you didn't touch something. We didn't, I said. A dull thud came from somewhere behind us in the booth corridor. Not a machine sound, a door. The roof access door, maybe, or the old storage room near screen 10. Lenny whispered, who's up here? No answer. Through the screen 9 port glass, the auditorium screen glowed brighter below. The black and white feed had changed again. It no longer showed the auditorium. It showed the projection booth corridor from behind us. On the screen below, 2 pale figures stood in the dark, Lenny at the rack, me beside him. Both turned toward the far end of the corridor where the red emergency light pulsed. And at the very back of the image, near the storage room door, a third shape shifted out of frame. Lenny saw it through the glass at the same time I did. He whispered one word: run. But the booth corridor door to the stairs slammed shut before either of us moved, and from the other side came the hard metallic scrape of someone setting the lock. Lenny hit the stair door with his shoulder once, hard enough to make the metal skin boom through the booth corridor. Nothing. He hit it again. The door shivered in its frame, but the latch held. On the other side, something scraped, settled, then went still. "Don't waste yourself," I said. He turned on me, face half red from the emergency light pulsing at the far end of the corridor. "I know how doors work, Evan." "Then, you know this one opens inward from our side. That means it shouldn't be blocked." "But it is." He looked at the push bar like he wanted to argue with it. The projection booth ran behind the upper backs of screens, 5 through 10, a long service corridor with projectors on the auditorium side and storage rooms on the outside wall. Screen 9's projector sat behind us. Screen 10 was farther down toward the weak red emergency light. Screen 8, then 7, then the stairs to the lobby were behind the locked door. There was another way out if you went all the way past screen 10, through the old storage room, across a narrow maintenance landing, and down the exterior roof access stairs. At least, there was supposed to be. But he used that route except contractors, and Lenny when he wanted to smoke where corporate cameras couldn't see him. "Roof stairs," I said. Lenny stopped hitting the door. "No, it goes down to the alley behind the building. In this storm, with lightning and a metal staircase, you have a better plan." He raised his radio. "Maya, come in." Static. Maya, more static. Then a thin burst of voices from downstairs, chopped into pieces by interference. I tried mine. "Maya, we're locked in the booth. Stair door blocked. We're going toward roof access." Nothing. Then, from inside screen 9 below us, amplified through the speakers, my own voice repeated, "We're going toward roof access." Lenny and I both went still. The feed was not just watching. Whoever had set it up could hear our radios, or the microphones were catching us clearly enough to broadcast every useful thing we said. Lenny lowered his radio. "We don't say plans out loud," he whispered. A wet laugh clicked through the screen 9 speakers below. It was not supernatural. I need that clear. It sounded human, recorded through cheap equipment, close enough to the microphone that the breath broke against it. That made it worse. A ghost would have made less sense, sure, but a person meant locks, wires, timing, keys. A person meant choices. We started down the corridor towards screen 10. The booth floor was industrial carpet worn flat by years of shoes and rolling equipment carts. It grabbed at my sneakers in the dark. Server LEDs blinked green and amber along the left wall. On the right, the projection windows looked down into the auditoriums like aquarium glass. Screen 8's projector was dark. Screen 10's was throwing a blank blue maintenance screen, which painted the corridor with a sickly glow every few steps. Behind us, through the screen 9 glass, the auditorium screen still showed the feed from somewhere in the booth. Us, walking. A second late. I had to stop looking at it, because every time I saw myself from behind, my neck tightened as if someone's fingers were almost there. Lenny noticed. "Eyes ahead. I know. You keep looking." I said, "I know." That was the first partial attempt, get out through the roof access. We made it 20 yards. Near the old storage room, something lay across the floor, invisible until my shin hit it. I went down fast. My knee struck the carpet, then the metal lip of a cable tray. Pain popped white behind my eyes. My palms scraped over grit and old popcorn kernels that had somehow made it into the booth. "Evan," Lenny hissed. "I'm okay." I was. Not fully. My left knee had taken most of my weight, and when I pushed up, it answered with a deep, hot throb. Lenny aimed his phone light at the floor. A bundle of black cable had been stretched low across the corridor and taped at both ends with gaffer's tape. Not dropped, placed. A trip line, but not thin enough to cut skin or dramatic enough to belong in a movie. It was practical, fast, meant to slow somebody down. Lenny crouched, breathing through his nose. Fresh, I saw it too. The tape edges were still clean. No dust stuck to them. He followed the cable with the light. It disappeared under the storage room door. From downstairs, distant but audible through the floor and walls, came Maya's voice, raised over a crowd. "Everyone stay in the lobby, away from the hallway." Then Barbara, "You cannot keep us here." Then a teenage boy laughing nervously. Then a sound like someone kicking a trash can. The theater was turning into something hard to manage. Lenny tried the storage room handle. Locked. He fumbled his keys from the retractable chain. The first key missed the cylinder because his hands were shaking. The second went in and turned halfway, then stopped. "Swollen frame," he muttered. "Humidity does this. Or someone jammed it." He gave me a look. I held up my hands. "Fine, humidity." He threw his shoulder into the door while turning the key. Once, twice. On the third push, it opened 3 inches and stopped against something inside. Lenny shone the light through the gap. A rolling concessions cart had been shoved against the door from the other side. The kind we used for birthday rentals, with rubber wheels that locked if you stepped on the metal tabs. It was wedged tight between the door and shelving. Someone had blocked the roof access route before we even started down it. Lenny swore so quietly I almost didn't hear. Attempt 1 had failed, but it revealed something worse. Whoever was doing this knew our building well enough to block the normal stairwell and the backup route. They also had access to equipment from downstairs. That meant staff, former staff, contractor, someone with keys, or someone still inside. My radio crackled against my belt. This time, Maya's voice came through clearer. "Evan, can you hear me?" I grabbed it, then remembered the broadcast. I pressed the button and kept my voice low, mouth close to the mic. "Yes, not safe to say much. We heard you over the auditorium speakers." "I know. Lenny with you?" "Yes. Police ETA 6 minutes. Maybe more because Route 73 is flooded near the jug handle. Customers are restless. Colin is live streaming or pretending to. Daniel says he saw something before he came out." I looked at Lenny. He shook his head sharply. "Later." I keyed the radio. "What thing?" A burst of static swallowed her answer. "Maya, static." Then Noah, panicked and too loud. "Maya, don't open that." The radio cut. Lenny and I stared at each other. "What does that mean?" I whispered. He was already moving back toward the stair door. My knee protested every step, a heavy pulse that made my stomach sour. We reached the stair door and listened. On the other side came muffled voices. "Maya, Noah." maybe customers. Door itself still wouldn't open more than a quarter inch. But now that we were close, I could see the problem through the gap near the floor. A yellow mop bucket had been jammed under the handle from the stairwell side, handle raised against the push bar. Not elegant, not permanent, enough. "Can we kick it loose?" I asked. Lenny took off his belt. "What are you doing?" "Getting the bucket handle down." He slid the leather belt through the gap, trying to hook it around the raised metal handle on the other side. First 2 attempts scraped uselessly. On the third, he caught something and pulled. The bucket shifted. The push bar gave half an inch. From below came a sudden scream. Not Maya. Denise, I thought, high and short, followed immediately by embarrassed sobbing. Lenny pulled harder. The belt slipped. His knuckles smacked the doorframe, and he hissed through his teeth. "Again," I said, "I am doing it." The radio came alive with Maya's voice, breathless. "False alarm, false alarm." It was a trailer stand. Everybody calmed down. Lenny froze. I pressed my radio. "What happened?" "A beat," Maya answered. Power flickered in the lobby. The cardboard monster display by concessions fell over. Denise thought someone came through the emergency hallway. A misdirection. Terrifying for 10 seconds, explainable as soaked floor mats, vibration, and cheap cardboard. Except the relief didn't last, because Maya added lower. "But Evan, listen." Daniel said before he left screen 9. The feed zoomed past the customers, toward the emergency exit door inside the auditorium. He said there was a duffel bag under the exit sign. I closed my eyes. I had swept that room. Had I seen a bag? No, I remembered Skittles, a bottle opener, Wawa receipt, empty cup holders, no duffel. "When?" I asked. He says it was there on the screen, but not in the room when he looked back. Could be angle, could be shadow. I don't know. A duffel bag was not automatically a bomb. It could be a gym bag, a delivery bag, a prop, a teenager's forgotten junk. But in a theater during a hidden camera incident, with wires run through the booth and exits being blocked, a duffel bag became a center of gravity. "Police know?" I asked. "I'm telling them when they get here." But customers heard bag, and now Barbara is saying active shooter. Lenny whispered a word I will not repeat. Maya continued, "Lobby's getting bad. If you can kill screen 9's output from up there, do it. People keep trying to go down that hall to film." There was the second attempt. Shut the feed down. Lenny gave up on the door for the moment and limped back toward the rack, flexing his scraped knuckles. I followed, slower because of my knee. The control terminal still had power, though the booth lights were dead. Screen 9's system status glowed on the monitor, playing, even though no feature was playing, audio active, network connected, automation locked. "Automation locked," I said. "That's not normal. Can you override with admin?" "You are admin." Tonight, apparently, everyone is admin. He typed his password, denied. He typed again, slower, denied. On the third try, a warning popped up, account locked. Contact system administrator. Lenny stared at it. His face changed in a way I hadn't seen before. Not fear exactly, something closer to shame. "My password worked upstairs 20 minutes ago," he said. "I saw. My password worked. I know." He clicked to the local hardware panel. Manual stop. Projector shutter. Audio mute. The cursor froze, then moved on its own, not like a ghost hand, like remote access. smooth, deliberate. It dragged the window aside and opened a text file on the desktop. One line appeared, "Stop looking for it." Lenny backed away from the keyboard so fast his hip hit the rack. The words stayed on the screen. Somebody was inside the system remotely. Maybe from the building. Maybe from outside. Either way, they were watching our attempt to stop them. Attempt 2 had partially worked only in the sense that it taught us the trap had a person at the controls. Lenny yanked open the lower rack door. "What now?" I asked. "Physical disconnect." He grabbed a cable bundle. "Wait, which one?" "The server output to 9. You know that." He hesitated a fraction. "Not enough." He pulled. The monitor went black. For one beautiful second, I thought he had done it. Then alarms started. Not fire alarms. System alarms. Projector fault tones from the rack, sharp and repetitive. Screen 9 below filled with white light bright enough to spill up through the projection glass. The audio gave a brutal pop that made me clap both hands over my ears. From downstairs, people shouted. My radio spat static, then Maya. "What did you do?" Lenny looked at the loose cable in his hand. "I may have killed the wrong feed," he said. On the screen 9 status panel, where a smaller backup monitor still showed diagnostics, a line scrolled, failover input active. The feed had not stopped. It had switched. Now the screen below showed the lobby, a high angle from above concessions. Maya at the center, one hand lifted to hold people back. Noah beside her, pale and stiff. Customers clustered near the popcorn counter, their faces turned towards something they could not see. Colin's phone raised, Barbara arguing, Denise seated, Daniel near the arcade, staring toward the hall. I saw the cardboard monster display lying on the floor near the ISI machine. I saw the lobby doors flex under wind. And I saw, taped beneath the concession counter near Maya's knee, a small black device with a pinhole lens pointed outward. "There are more cameras," I said. Lenny's mouth opened and shut. The white noise from screen 9's speakers shifted into audio from the lobby. We heard everyone at once, delayed and thin. "Barbara, they're watching us here too." "Colin, I got it. I got it on video." "Noah, please back up." "Maya, everyone stop moving." The live feed had exposed the lobby camera to us, but it had also exposed it to every person looking into screen 9 or watching Colin's phone if he'd kept recording. We were no longer trying to contain a technical incident. We were inside a building with hidden cameras, blocked exits, a remote intruder in the projection system, and customers one rumor away from trampling each other toward the doors. Then the fire alarm went off. Full building this time. White strobes snapped along the booth corridor. The alarm horn slammed the air in 3 beat bursts. My body reacted before my thoughts did, shoulders hunching, pulse jumping into my throat. Below, people screamed for real. Lenny grabbed the rack to steady himself. "No smoke. Doesn't matter. We evacuate. The main doors, we evacuate." We ran to the stair door and tried again. The alarm drowned out everything except the metal thunk of Lenny's shoulder and my own breath. I got down on my bad knee, shoved my arm through the gap until the edge bit into my forearm, and felt for the mop bucket handle. Pain flared. My fingers brushed wet plastic, then metal. I hooked 2 fingers around the handle and pulled down. It moved. An inch. Another. The door burst inward so suddenly, I fell backward onto the booth carpet. Lenny hauled me up by my shirt, and we stumbled into the stairwell. The mop bucket rolled down 3 steps ahead of us, clattering yellow plastic. The stairwell smelled like bleach, rainwater, and hot dust. Emergency lights flashed red, white, red across the concrete walls. Halfway down, we found why the bucket had held so well. A ratchet strap had been looped from the bucket handle to the stair rail, tightened just enough to brace it. Lenny sliced it with the little box cutter he kept on his keychain. "Staff equipment," I shouted over the alarm. He heard me. I know he did. He didn't answer. At the bottom, the door into the hallway opened onto chaos. Not movie chaos. Real chaos, which is mostly people moving in different directions while asking questions nobody can answer. Maya had kept most of the customers near the lobby, away from Screen 9's hallway, but the alarm had broken that line. A cluster of teenagers pushed toward the side exit near Screens 7 and 8. Barbara was yelling that the doors were locked. Denise was crying now, quietly but steadily. Daniel had one hand on the arcade cabinet, breathing too fast. Noah stood by the concession counter, holding a fire extinguisher like a baseball bat. Maya saw us and shouted, "No smoke. Pull station by Screen 9 is down." That was where the alarm had been triggered. Not automatically. Manually. The pull station was in the hallway near Screen 9, beside the emergency exit corridor. The same direction customers were trying not to go. Lenny shouted, "Main exit." Maya pointed toward the front glass doors. Wind's pushing water under them, but they open. I'm moving them now. For one brief second, it looked like we had a path. Main lobby doors ahead, rain outside, but open air. Police on the way. Get everyone out. Let uniforms deal with wires and cameras, and whoever was hiding in our walls. Then the Screen 9 hallway doors opened. The emergency exit door at the far end of that hall swung inward, not outward, which it was not supposed to do. A gust of wet air pushed down the corridor, carrying the smell of rain, mud, and dumpster wrought from the alley behind the building. The red exit sign over Screen 9 flickered. Beyond it, in the dim blue aisle light spilling from the auditorium, I saw the duffel bag. It was not on the screen now. It was real, black nylon, under the emergency exit sign, half wedged beside the door that led to the back alley. A thin cable ran from it along the baseboard and disappeared into Screen 9. Daniel saw it too, his face folded inward. "That's it," he said. "That's the bag." Maya turned toward him. "You're sure?" He nodded, but he looked sick. The alarm kept hammering. A teenager near the lobby shouted, "Bomb." That word did what words do in crowds. People surged, not all toward the main doors. Some away from the bag, some toward the bag because they were confused, some toward the concession counter, some toward the hall by Screen 6. Colin slipped and fell hard on one knee. Barbara grabbed Denise's arm and nearly pulled her off the bench. Noah swung the extinguisher up like the bag might attack him. Maya shouted, "Main doors. Now, do not run." Nobody listened perfectly, but enough listened to keep it from becoming a crush. I limped toward the Screen 9 hallway without deciding to. Maya grabbed my sleeve. Where are you going? The exit door's open. Someone came through there, or left through there. We need to close it before people go that way. She looked down the hall. The emergency exit beyond screen 9 led to the alley, then to the rear parking lane between the theater and the old loading dock behind the dead Bed Bath and Beyond. In good weather, it was a bad shortcut. In a thunderstorm, with flooding and dumpsters and no lighting, it was a place people could fall, scatter, or disappear before police arrived. Lenny shouted from the lobby, "Evan, do." But a teenage girl had already broken from the crowd and run down the hallway, away from the lobby doors, both hands over her ears against the alarm. Maya cursed and ran after her. I followed. My knee hated every step. The hallway carpet squelched near the emergency exit where rain had blown in. Screen 9's door was propped open, and inside, the screen no longer showed the lobby. It showed a countdown timer, white numbers on black, 0300, 0259, 0258. Not a movie file, not an ad, not anything subtle. Maya caught the teenage girl by the hoodie before she reached the duffel bag and pulled her backward hard enough that they both nearly fell. "Main lobby," Maya shouted in her face. "Go," the girl sobbed and ran back the way we came. I reached the emergency exit door and pushed it closed against the wind. The metal edge banged against something outside, then bounced back. A brick. Someone had wedged a brick against the exterior threshold so the door could not fully shut. I kicked at it. Pain shot up my bad leg. The brick shifted, but didn't clear. The countdown inside screen 9 hit 0231. Maya looked from the bag to the screen to me. "We leave," she said. "Yes." But when we turned back toward the lobby, the metal fire shutter above the concession opening dropped halfway with a grinding roar. Not all the way, halfway, enough to make everyone scream again. The main lobby lights died completely. Only strobes remained. Through the front glass, beyond the rain-streaked doors, blue police lights flashed into the parking lot. They were here, 20 yards away, separated from us by a panicked crowd, a flooded lobby, a possible device by screen 9, and a building system someone else seemed able to manipulate. Then the front doors, automatic motors clicked. Once, twice. The glass sliders began to close. Maya stared at them, then at the countdown. 0204. The point of no return was not dramatic in the way movies make it. No villain stepped out. No voice gave us instructions. It was a building deciding, or being made to decide, that it would stop letting people leave. The front doors slid shut against the storm, while customers pounded on the glass from inside, and police officers ran toward us from outside, blue light breaking across their faces. Behind us, in screen 9, the countdown kept falling, and the only unlocked path left led deeper into the theater. For 3 seconds, nobody moved. That sounds impossible with an alarm going off, with people crying and police lights flashing blue through rain-streaked glass, with a countdown ticking inside screen 9 like a second heart. But panic has pauses. Little pockets where every person looks around, waiting for someone else to decide what reality is. Then Maya made the decision. "Back from the doors," she shouted. Back up from the glass. Front sliders had closed most of the way, and customers were pressing toward them anyway, palms squeaking against wet glass, faces bright under the strobe flashes. Outside, 2 Marlton officers pulled at the doors from the parking lot side. Their mouths moved. We couldn't hear them over the alarm. Rain hammered their shoulders and ran off their caps. Lenny stumbled to the wall panel near the lobby entrance and slapped the automatic door override. Nothing. He slapped it again. "Dead," he shouted. "Breaker." I shouted back. "Office panel, can you get there?" He looked toward the manager's office behind concession. The fire shutter had dropped halfway across the concession opening, leaving a gap just tall enough to crawl under if you liked the idea of getting sliced in half by a malfunctioning metal curtain. Behind it were the soda lines, the popcorn warmers, the dishwasher, the manager's office, and the electrical panel. Also the hidden camera under the counter. Also, maybe, the person controlling all of this. The countdown hit 01:37. Inside screen 9, the white numbers flashed on the screen. The duffel bag sat 10 feet from its auditorium door, cable disappearing across the threshold. The rear emergency exit banged in the wind because the brick outside kept it from closing fully. Every gust pushed rainwater over the sill and onto the carpet. Maya grabbed my arm. Her fingers dug into my sleeve. "Evan," she said, "what's in the bag?" "I don't know." "What does the cable go to?" "I don't know." "Then we treat it like it can hurt people." That was the cleanest thing anyone had said all night. We had 2 problems and no time. Get customers away from the glass and away from screen 9, and stop whatever was counting down without poking a possible device like idiots in a training video. Lenny shouted, "Bathrooms." Maya turned. The main restrooms were off the left side of the lobby, opposite the hallway to screens 1 through 6. No windows. Solid tile walls. Farther from screen 9. Not outside, but safer than clustering between a sealed glass door and an unknown bag. "Everyone to the bathrooms," Maya yelled. "Now, move left, help each other." Barbara yelled, "I'm not going into a bathroom during a bomb threat." Maya got in her face. "Then stand here and argue under the glass doors, your choice." Denise tugged Barbara's sleeve. That did what Maya couldn't. Barbara moved. Noah, still holding the extinguisher, started waving people left. "Bathrooms. Come on, this way." Colin limped badly from his fall, but he helped a teenage boy drag another customer away from the front doors. Daniel guided Denise with one hand hovering near her elbow, not touching until she nodded. The police outside kept pulling at the front sliders. One officer raised a baton, hesitated, then backed up, probably worried about spraying glass into the crowd. Good, bad, all of it at once. Lenny looked at me. "Office panel, screen 9 bag. No. If that countdown is tied to the bag, if it's tied to the bag, you don't touch it." "I'm not touching it." That was not completely true, and he knew it. Maya's eyes flicked between us. "What can you do without touching it?" I looked down the hallway. Screen 9's door stood open. The cable ran from the duffel into the auditorium, hugging the baseboard. If the bag was a power source or controller, the cable might be feeding the projector system, or camera, or some speaker device. If the countdown was just a scare, cutting the cable might stop it. If the bag contained anything volatile, cutting anything could be terrible. But there was another seeded detail: the fire extinguisher. Not for the bag, for the screen. "Noah," I shouted. He turned from the bathroom corridor. "Extinguisher." He looked down at it like he had forgotten it was in his hands, then tossed it badly. It hit the carpet and rolled. I grabbed it, pain flashing in my knee as I bent. Maya understood before I explained. "You're going to blind the camera. Projector first. Evan, if the countdown is being displayed to control the crowd, killing the image buys us room. That's not killing the device. No, but it stops everyone watching numbers fall." She held my gaze for one beat. Then she nodded once. "Do it fast." I ran. Not well. My left knee buckled every third step, and by the time I reached screen 9's door, the pain had turned hot and wet, like something under the kneecap had shifted out of place. The alarm hammered behind me. The lobby strobes flickered across the hallway. Rain blew through the rear exit and speckled my face. Inside screen 9, the countdown read 0058. The auditorium smelled like damp carpet, hot electronics, and old soda. The blue aisle lights made the seats look underwater. Duffel sat under the exit sign to my right, close enough that every part of me wanted to look at it and not look at it. I kept left, up the aisle, toward the screen. The countdown filled the whole wall. 0049. I pulled the pin from the extinguisher. My hands slipped because they were sweaty. For a horrible second, the pin stuck. Then it came loose. I aimed upward at the projection beam, not the screen, and squeezed. White powder blasted out with a violent hiss. The beam turned solid. A bright cone filled with chemical fog. The numbers smeared, then disappeared behind a churning cloud. The extinguisher kicked in my hand. I swept it side to side, coating the lower screen, the stage lip, the air. I coughed immediately. My throat seized. My eyes watered. The countdown vanished. For half a second, there was only alarm, powder, and my own ragged breathing. Then the speakers clicked. The cough played again. Not wet now. Angry. A man's voice came through, distorted by the system, flattened into something almost genderless. "Stop," I froze. Not because it was supernatural, because it was. A person, a living person, somewhere in the building or connected to it, had finally stopped hiding behind files and feeds. "Evan," Maya shouted from the hallway. Out, I backed down the aisle, extinguisher in both hands. The duffel bag twitched. I mean, it moved, not exploded, not opened. It shifted as the cable attached to it went taut, tugged from inside the auditorium or through the baseboard. The bag wasn't the source. It was covering something. I saw the cable more clearly now through the powder haze. It ran from under the duffel, along the wall, and into the little recessed panel beside the emergency exit, the alarm and door monitoring box. The bag had been placed to hide a junction where wires had been spliced. The countdown might not have been a bomb at all. It might have been a timer to lock, unlock, trigger, or short part of the building system. A procedural failure turned weapon. A building made stupid on purpose. I stumbled backward into the hall and slammed the screen 9 door with my shoulder. It bounced because the cable crossed the threshold. I kicked the cable aside without touching the bag, then the door caught. Maya was there, coughing from the extinguisher dust that drifted out around me. "Bomb?" she asked. "I don't think so." "You don't think so?" "It's tied into the exit system. Door monitor. Maybe alarm. The bag's hiding the splice." The front doors made a heavy clunk from the lobby. Lenny shouted from behind concession, "Door override still dead." Maya wiped her eyes with her sleeve. "Then whoever's doing this is controlling exits." The alarm cut off. The sudden absence hit harder than the noise. People in the bathrooms kept crying and murmuring, but the lobby itself went hollow. Rain drummed on the roof. The front doors rattled under wind and police hands. Somewhere in the building, a relay clicked. Then every screen in the lobby turned on. Poster displays, menu boards, the little trailer monitor above the arcade. All of them showed us different angles: lobby, concession, screen 9 hall, the booth corridor, bathroom entrance, a web of hidden cameras. On the concession menu board, the camera closest to the office showed Lenny crawling under the half-dropped fire shutter toward the manager's office. And behind him, in the reflection of the stainless popcorn machine, a figure moved. Maya saw it. "So did I, Lenny," she screamed. The figure stepped out from behind the concession storage shelves. No mask, no dramatic weapon raised overhead. Just a man in a soaked black theater jacket, one of our old uniform jackets with the Garden State 14 logo peeled at the chest. He was maybe mid-30s, male, heavyset, with close cropped hair and a patchy beard. He held something in one hand. Not a gun, a box cutter, small, real, enough. Lenny turned too late. The man grabbed the back of his shirt and yanked him away from the office door. Lenny slammed into the soda syrup rack, knocking a hose loose. Dark cola syrup sprayed across the floor in a thick arc. Lenny slipped and went down hard on his side. Maya was already moving. "Maya," I shouted. She ducked under the shutter without slowing. The metal edge scraped her back. Noah came out of the bathroom corridor, saw the man, and froze. "Call out to the cops," I shouted at him. "Tell them rear suspect, concession." He ran to the front glass, pounding with both hands, yelling words the officers could not hear, but maybe could read from his face. I grabbed the fire extinguisher again and followed Maya. My knee almost folded under me at the concession opening. I had to crawl under the shutter, dragging the extinguisher by its handle. The metal curtain groaned above me. For 1 second, I imagined it dropping on my spine. Then I was through. The floor behind concession was slick with cola syrup and rainwater tracked in from shoes. The smell was nauseatingly sweet, thick enough to taste. Maya had put herself between Lenny and the man with the box cutter, holding a metal popcorn scoop like a knife. The man looked at her and laughed once. "You still work here," Maya said. It was such a strange thing to say that it stopped him. His eyes narrowed. "What? I know you." She shifted her grip on the scoop. "You're Rob," Lenny groaned from the floor. Rob Haskell. There it was, a former employee. A person with routines, access memories, old anger. Not a monster, worse in the ways that mattered. Rob Haskell, 34, male, had been a projection tech before my time, fired after corporate switched more work to remote service contractors. I only knew the name because Lenny had cursed him once for leaving a mess of unlabeled cables above screen 10. Rob had known the booth, the roof stairs, the service panels, the admin habits, the hidden places where a camera could watch without being seen. Rob's face twitched when Lenny said his name. "You don't get to say it like we're friends." "Rob," Lenny said, trying to sit up and failing. "Whatever you think," Rob kicked him in the thigh. Not hard enough to break anything, hard enough to make Lenny cry out and curl. Maya stepped forward. Rob swung the box cutter. She jumped back, but not fast enough. The blade caught her forearm. A narrow red line opened just below her sleeve, then filled bright. The room shrank to that cut. Maya looked at it, then at him. "You absolute loser," she said. Rob lunged. I fired the extinguisher into his face. The blast hit him full across the eyes and mouth. He screamed, dropped the box cutter, and slammed backward into the syrup rack. Soda lines whipped against his legs. Coat 2 hissed somewhere. The floor turned slicker. Maya kicked the box cutter under the dishwasher. "Office," she shouted. I didn't understand. She pointed. Lenny was crawling toward the manager's office door. The breaker panel was inside. Door override, lights, maybe shutters. Rob clawed at his face, coughing and spitting white powder. He was not done. People in movies go down clean. People in real life keep moving, especially when fear and rage have turned them stupid. I shoved the extinguisher toward Maya and slipped on the syrup. My bad knee hit the floor again. This time something tore. The pain was immediate and complete. I made a sound I didn't recognize. My vision narrowed to the black mat under the soda station and the glittering puddle of cola syrup spreading around my hand. Maya grabbed the back of my shirt and hauled me 2 feet away from Rob's reaching hand. "Up," she said. "I can't." "Yes, you can. I can't." Her face changed for half a second. Not softer, more scared. Then she let go of me and turned toward Rob with the extinguisher raised. Lenny got to the office door, pulled himself up by the handle, and fumbled with keys. Blood ran from his temple where he'd hit the rack. His shirt was soaked dark with syrup on one side. Rob staggered toward him. I saw the box cutter under the dishwasher, just out of Rob's reach. I also saw something else under the counter. The hidden lobby camera, taped exactly where we'd seen it on the feed. Its black cable running into a cheap network switch zip-tied beneath the register shelf. Network switch. Cameras, control, not magic. Wires. I dragged myself under the counter, biting the inside of my cheek hard enough to taste blood, and grabbed the switch. It was warm, 4 cables plugged in. 1 power adapter. I pulled the power. The lobby monitors went black. Rob noticed. He made a raw sound and changed direction toward me. Maya hit him in the shoulder with the extinguisher cylinder. The impact rang dully. He shoved her backward into the popcorn warmer. Glass cracked. She slipped but stayed upright. Lenny finally got the office open. "Panel," Maya shouted. Lenny disappeared inside. Rob reached me. I couldn't stand. So I did the only thing I had. I wrapped both arms around his ankle and held on. He kicked once. His shoe caught my ribs. Air left me. He kicked again, and pain flashed up my side, but the syrup made his footing bad. He fell forward, catching himself on the counter with both hands. Maya brought the extinguisher down on his wrist. He screamed. Not a movie scream. A wet, shocked human sound. Something in his hand or wrist broke. He collapsed onto one knee. Maya kicked the back of that knee, and he went down onto the sticky tile. Behind us, from the office, Lenny threw breakers. The fire shutter stopped humming. The front doors thunked. A second later, from the lobby, Noah shouted, "They're open. Doors open." Air moved through the building. Real outside air. Cold rain air. Customers surged, but this time away from us, out through the front with officers pushing in around them. Blue light filled the lobby. Voices overlapped, police commands, sobbing customers, Noah yelling that people were hurt behind concession. Rob tried to crawl. I still had his ankle. I didn't let go. Not because I was brave, because my fingers had locked and my body didn't understand the fight was ending. Maya stood over him with the extinguisher, bleeding onto the tile, breathing through her teeth. "Stay down," she said. Rob spat powder and syrup. "You don't know what they did. Stay down. They watched us first," he said. Maya's grip tightened. He looked past her at Lenny in the office doorway. "You all laughed when they cut us. Cameras in the booth, analytics in the lobby, counting heads, counting exits, counting everything. I just put it where customers could see." Lenny's face went gray. I didn't know if Rob was telling the truth, half-truth, or building a righteous costume for something vicious. Maybe corporate had tested audience analytics. Maybe Rob had been fired and spiraled. Maybe both. But whatever his reason, he had locked doors on people. He had blocked exits. He had cut Maya. He had turned a theater into a trap and called it exposure. The first officer slid under the concession shutter with his weapon drawn low, not pointed at us once he saw Rob on the floor. "Hands," he shouted. Maya dropped the extinguisher. I let go of Rob's ankle. 2 officers cuffed him while he coughed and cursed into the tile. Another helped Maya press napkins against her arm. Noah stood at the concession gap, crying openly, which I did not blame him for at all. Lenny sank down against the office doorframe, one hand pressed to his bleeding temple. The monitors stayed black. Screen 9 went dark. For the first time all night, nothing watched us from a wall, or nothing showed that it did. The police evacuated the rest of the lobby in bursts. Customers stepped into rain and blue light, wrapped in thin emergency blankets from patrol cars, their faces shocked into quiet. Barbara held Denise with both arms. Colin limped outside while still clutching his phone. Daniel stopped near me as paramedics came in. "I'm sorry," he said. "For what?" He shook his head like he didn't know. "For asking if it was part of the movie. I laughed once, and it hurt my ribs." A paramedic touched my shoulder. "Sir, don't move." Wasn't planning to. Maya sat on the floor across from me, arm bandaged in a wad of gauze, powder in her hair, face streaked with sweat and cola syrup. She looked at the dead menu boards above us. "Hey," she said. "Yeah, you still have a camp counselor face." I tried to answer, but my throat closed around it. Not fear this time. Not exactly. Relief has teeth too. Outside, police radios crackled. Rain ran under the front doors in thin silver lines. Somewhere in screen 9, behind the closed door, the hidden cable still lay across the carpet, leading to whatever Rob had spliced into the exit system. The conflict was over in the way immediate dangers end. Rob was cuffed. Doors were open. Customers were out. As they loaded me onto a stretcher, I looked up at the ceiling above concession and saw 3 round, dark screw holes in the tile where something had been mounted before. Old holes, not Rob's fresh tape, not tonight's work. And even with the monitors dead, I had the ugly feeling that some part of the building had been watching long before Screen 9 ever showed us the truth. They loaded me into the ambulance facing backward, which felt unfair. After everything that had happened, after a whole night of being watched from corners and ceiling panels and hidden lenses, I still had to stare through the open ambulance doors at the theater while paramedics wrapped my knee and pressed careful fingers along my ribs. Garden State 14 sat in the rain like a place pretending it had done nothing wrong. Blue lights moved across the glass. The lobby doors stood open now, both panels shoved apart by officers who had finally killed power to the automatic motors. Water ran over the threshold and spread across the tile inside. Through that open mouth, I could see the concession counter, the half-dropped fire shutter, the popcorn machine with its cracked, warmer glass, and the dark menu boards above it. No smiling soda cup, no trivia questions, just black screens. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. The paramedic working on me was named Claire Doyle, 32, female from Voorhees, with a calm voice and rain darkening the shoulders of her uniform. She asked me to rate my pain from 1 to 10, and I told her 7 because 8 felt dramatic. She looked at my knee, then at my face. You're allowed to say 8. 8 then. There we go. My kneecap had swollen fast, pushing against my work pants until the fabric looked stretched and wrong. Every time the ambulance shifted, pain rolled up my thigh and settled behind my eyes. My ribs were bruised, maybe cracked. Claire said the hospital would confirm. She used words like possible ligament damage and imaging, which sounded too clean for the way my body felt. Across the parking lot, Maya sat on the rear bumper of another ambulance with a blanket around her shoulders, and her cut arm held out while a paramedic cleaned it. She kept looking annoyed whenever someone asked if she felt dizzy. That was how I knew she was scared. Maya got sharper when fear tried to sit beside her. Lenny refused a stretcher until a cop told him he could either sit down voluntarily or fall down in front of everyone. He sat after that. Blood had dried along his hairline in a rust-colored track. He was talking to an officer with his hands folded between his knees, nodding too much. Noah stood near the front doors with a paper cup of water in both hands, crying quietly again. Not sobbing, just leaking, like his body had found the smallest possible way to let the night out. The customers had been separated into little groups under the covered walkway outside Target, and inside police cars with their heaters running. Barbara was speaking to one officer while pointing at the theater with one finger. Denise sat beside her, wrapped in a blanket, nodding only when Barbara touched her wrist. Colin had one pant leg rolled up, his knee scraped and bleeding, and still tried to show his video to anyone with a badge. Daniel Voss stood alone near a patrol car, his popcorn sweater replaced by an emergency blanket. He had both hands tucked under his arms. Every so often, He looked towards Screen 9's hallway through the lobby glass, though from outside there was nothing to see. Rob Haskell came out last. 2 officers walked in between them, cuffed, soaked in extinguisher powder and cola syrup. His face was streaked white and brown. One wrist had already begun to swell. He did not look at the customers. He did not look at the police cars. He looked up at the theater sign, the big red letters buzzing over the entrance, and smiled like he was remembering a joke nobody else had heard. Then an officer guided his head down and put him in the cruiser. No movie villain speech. No dramatic final stare. Just the door closing on a man who had made all of us props in whatever rotten little trial he thought he was staging. The hospital smelled like antiseptic, wet jackets, and coffee that had been sitting too long. They took X-rays of my ribs and an MRI of my knee the next morning. No broken ribs, just deep bruising. My knee was worse, torn meniscus, sprained ligament, enough swelling that the doctor spoke gently and said I would need an orthopedic follow-up and probably months before it felt normal. Normal. That word kept showing up like a bad extra. Maya needed 8 stitches in her forearm. The blade had missed anything major, but not by enough for comfort. She texted me a photo from her exam room, her arm wrapped in white gauze, middle finger raised beside it. Underneath, she wrote, still prettier than the popcorn warmer. Lenny had a concussion and bruised ribs. He stayed overnight because he was older and because he had lied about vomiting until a nurse caught him doing it into a trash can. Noah was not physically hurt. That did not mean he was fine. By sunrise, clips were online. Not all of it, not the worst parts. Colin's stream had cut in and out during the power failure, but enough survived. The lobby monitors showing the hidden camera feeds, customers shouting, the countdown on Screen 9 through the open door, Maya dragging a teenage girl back from the hallway, the front doors closing while police stood outside in the rain. People online did what people online do. Some called it fake marketing for the horror revival. Some said lawsuit. Some said inside job. Some found Rob's old LinkedIn page before the police statement came out and started building whole theories out of employment gaps and blurry profile photos. By noon, Garden State 14 had disabled comments on every account it had. By 2, corporate issued a statement. I read it from the hospital bed with my leg elevated and a plastic cup of melting ice on the tray beside me. They said they were cooperating fully with law enforcement. They said an unauthorized former contractor had gained unlawful access to restricted areas. They said all affected guests and team members would be contacted. They did not say hidden cameras. They said recording devices. They did not say locked inside. They said temporary egress disruption. They did not say Rob had known exactly where to place a mop bucket, a ratchet strap, a concessions cart, and a cable splice to make a building full of people move the way he wanted. The police version came later, cleaner, but not clean. Rob Haskell had worked at the theater years before I did, first as a projection tech, then briefly as a regional maintenance contractor after digital conversion. He had been fired after a dispute about hours, equipment access, and missing tools. Nobody said obsession in the press conference, but they didn't need to. He had kept old credentials longer than he should have. Some still worked on vendor portals. Others did not. So he got around them with Lenny's admin account, which was embarrassing for Lenny and worse for corporate, because it turned out the password had been taped inside the manager's office desk drawer for years. That was one of the parts that made Lenny stop talking when reporters called. Rob had come into the building before opening through the rear service door during a delivery window, wearing an old uniform jacket and carrying a toolbox. He installed small network cameras in places he already knew had cable runs. Near the Screen 9 projection port, under concession, in the booth corridor, above the lobby displays. He ran some feeds through cheap network switches and others through the theater's own outdated distribution equipment. The duffel bag near Screen 9 had contained a battery backup, a network device, wire taps, and a small relay tied into the emergency exit monitoring circuit. Not explosives. Countdown had been a scare tactic, but the relay was real. It interfered with the exit alarm and helped him trigger or suppress door status signals. That detail stayed with me. Not a bomb, still dangerous, still enough to make people run, crush, fall, scatter into storm water, or get trapped behind glass. He had also pulled the fire alarm manually, likely to increase panic and force everyone into the camera views he had chosen. The blocked stairs and storage route were confirmed with photos. Mop bucket, ratchet strap, cart, fresh tape, fresh zip ties, everything human, everything small, everything possible. Rob's first court appearance happened while I was still on crutches. Maya streamed part of a local news segment on her phone at my apartment because she said I needed to see his face under normal lights. I didn't agree, but she was already sitting on my couch with takeout containers spread across the coffee table, so my opinion had lost procedural value. He looked smaller in court, cleaned up, no powder, no syrup, just a man in county-issued clothes standing beside a public defender, eyes down, face blank. Charges included aggravated assault, false public alarm, burglary, unlawful surveillance, criminal mischief, interference with emergency communications, and several counts related to tampering with safety systems. More might come later. The prosecutor used the phrase, substantial risk of mass injury, and Maya paused the video there. Good, she said. She had gotten quieter since that night. Not soft, never soft, but the jokes came after longer gaps, as if they had to travel farther to reach her mouth. She still went to work once corporate reopened the theater, but only day shifts and never Screen 9. When someone behind her dropped a metal tray, her shoulders jumped before her face remembered not to show it. Lenny took leave. Officially medical. Unofficially everything. He called me once, 5 days after the incident, and spent 10 minutes explaining that he should have canceled the show earlier, should have called police himself, should not have tried to delete or override anything before securing the building. I let him talk. Then I said, "Yeah." He went quiet. "I know," he said. That was all either of us had. Noah quit by email. He wrote a long message to the group chat at 3 in the morning, apologizing for not being braver, which made Maya so angry she called him immediately and left a voicemail telling him bravery was not a job requirement at a movie theater. He did not come back, but he did meet us once for coffee. He sat with his back to the wall and asked twice if the shop had cameras. It did. Almost everywhere does. That was the part I had trouble with afterward. Before Screen 9, my fear of being watched had felt private and childish. A little leftover humiliation from college that I could manage by checking corners and laughing at myself. Afterward, it became practical. Reasonable, even. I noticed lenses in smoke detectors, black domes in grocery stores, doorbell cameras angled toward sidewalks, traffic cameras above intersections, laptop webcams like unblinking pupils. Most of them belonged there. Most of them had explanations. That stopped being comforting. 3 weeks after the incident, I had to return to Garden State 14 to give a final statement to the detective and pick up the backpack I had left in the break room. I almost asked Maya to come with me, but she had stitches out that morning, and I didn't want to make my fear her errand. The theater had reopened 2 days earlier with reduced hours. Corporate had sent inspectors, electricians, IT people, a private security firm, and one regional vice president who smiled too much in interviews. Screen 9 was closed for renovation. The hallway to it had been blocked with a black curtain and 2 portable stanchions, like that could politely contain what had happened there. The lobby looked almost normal. That was the worst part. The popcorn smell was back. The arcade basketball game shouted encouragement at a boy missing every shot. A teenager in a visor tore tickets beside the podium. New signs near the door said, "For your safety, this facility uses video surveillance in public areas." Public areas. The words did a lot of work. Detective Aaron Mills, 41, male, from the Evesham Township Police Department, met me near the manager's office. He had spoken to me twice already, once in the hospital and once by phone, and had a way of asking questions that made silence feel acceptable. He walked with me through my statement again. When I first saw the feed, who was present, what Lenny did in the booth, when Rob appeared, what Rob said. When we reached that part, Detective Mills checked his notes. "You're sure," he said, "they watched us first?" "Yes." Could he have meant the theater staff? I don't know. Could he have meant corporate? I don't know. He wrote that down. I asked the question I had avoided because I knew he might answer it. What about the old screw holes above concession? He looked up. The ones I told you about. We documented them. And we found evidence of prior mounting hardware in a few places. Lobby ceiling, concession soffit, one bracket in the booth. For cameras. Could have been cameras. Could have been people counters. Could have been old display equipment. That's not an answer. No, he said. It is. I appreciated that more than a fake one. He explained that Rob had definitely installed the active cameras used that night. They had recovered devices, storage cards, tools, his laptop, and enough cable to knit a fishing net. Some footage had been saved locally. Some had streamed to a server he controlled. Police had seized what they could, but the older hardware marks were harder. The building had been renovated in stages. years came and went. A previous analytics pilot was possible, but not yet confirmed. Corporate denied active auditorium surveillance. They also denied, in the careful legal way, having current knowledge of any unauthorized recording systems in customer areas before the incident. Current knowledge, another phrase that carried a briefcase. After my statement, I went to the break room. It was smaller than I remembered. Beige lockers, a stained table, corkboard with schedules and faded flyers. My backpack sat on a chair with an evidence release tag looped around one strap. Someone had put my employee name badge on top of it. EVAN. White letters on black plastic. I picked it up and felt nothing dramatic. No wave of meaning. No closing music, just tiredness. On my way out, I stopped near the curtain blocking screen 9. I should not have. The hallway beyond the stanchions was dark, except for a work light on the floor. The carpet had been pulled up near the emergency exit, exposing concrete and cable channels. The screen 9 door was propped open with a paint can. I could see only a slice of the auditorium. Bare floor, lower screen, blue painter's tape on the wall where equipment had been removed. No seats visible from that angle. No camera. No cough. Still, I heard something. A faint mechanical tick. I stood there with one crutch under my arm and my backpack hanging from my shoulder, listening hard enough that the lobby faded behind me. Tick, tick. Then laughter burst from the arcade, and the sound revealed itself as the work light's loose handle tapping against its metal cage whenever the HVAC kicked air down the hall. Explainable. I almost laughed. Almost. Maya texted before I reached the front doors. "You alive?" I typed, physically. She replied, "Good enough. Get fries on the way." So I did. I drove badly because of the knee brace, slow and stiff through Marlton traffic, past the Target, past the dead Bed Bath and Beyond, past the rear loading lane where rain had washed the alley clean. I stopped at a drive-thru and ordered fries I didn't want. The normalness of it felt rude. The cashier asked if I needed ketchup. A minivan honked behind me. Somewhere, someone complained about being late to something that had nothing to do with hidden cameras or fire shutters or countdowns on theater screens. Life does that. It keeps presenting small choices until the large ones become history. I didn't go back to work at the theater. Maya stayed for another month, then left for a hospital admin job where she said, at least the cameras were honest about ruining everyone's day. Lenny retired earlier than planned. Noah started working at his uncle's hardware store. Colin's videos became evidence, then content, then old news. Barbara joined a lawsuit. Denise did too, though Daniel didn't. He sent a handwritten note to the theater staff through the detective, thanking the employees who chose people over procedure. I kept that sentence longer than I should have. Rob took a plea the following year. I heard about it from Maya, who heard from Lenny, who still somehow knew every piece of theater gossip within 50 miles. Prison time. Restitution he would never pay. Protective orders. A permanent ban from the property, which felt almost funny, as if the law thought he might buy a matinee ticket someday. The Garden State 14 eventually reopened Screen 9 as a premium intimate auditorium with new recliners, new carpet, and a new name, Screening Lounge 9. I saw the photos online. Soft lighting, leather seats, a little table for snacks, no visible cameras, but in one promotional shot, taken from the back of the room, the screen showed a blank gray test pattern. On the wall above the last row, just beside the projection window, there was a small circular patch in the paint, probably from removed hardware, probably inspected, probably empty. I zoomed in until the image turned blocky. Then I closed the page. I still go to movies sometimes. Not often. I sit near the aisle now. I check exit doors. I look up once, maybe twice, and then I make myself stop because a person can ruin their own life trying to locate every lens in it. But whenever the pre-show glitches, whenever an ad stutters, or the speakers pop before the trailers, I feel my body return to that small auditorium in Marlton. I smell damp carpet and extinguisher powder. I hear Maya saying everybody out. I see my own face on a screen, 1 second behind me, slow to understand. And for that 1 second, before the image catches up, I am still waiting to see what I'll do next. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming.